Well, good morning, everybody. I am still trying to get ready because I have twice as much work to do this morning to get ready for this live stream because I'm presenting two nearly identical machines. And there was a point when Barbara from Marquette, Michigan dropped these off that we weren't sure we were going to even get one machine out of two machines because they had been cannibalized at a repair shop, and they also came with a bag of parts that I'll show you as well. So it wasn't clear exactly what the outcome would be when I launched into this project. Like most projects, they take twists and turns, and you're never sure exactly where they're going to be going. I'm just trying to get all of my sew-offs organized here, because I'm going to be going back and forth between these machines. We're going to be doing leather sewing. We're going to be sewing on 100% cotton. We're going to be sewing on velvet and satin and denim and bubble material. And I think that's about it. I think that might be it. I might be missing one sew off. I needed another sew off on protected full grain leather. I might have to grab some more leather, and yep, I think I will. I'll have to grab another piece like this that I was going to demonstrate the slow gear with. So go ahead and get acquainted, and you can take a peek at these machines kind of on the side and get an idea of what we're going to be trying to accomplish during the live stream today. And some of the leather that I'm cutting right now, I'll show you kind of in its rough form. I got this leather like this, and this particular leather, interesting, we recently had that live stream with the Montgomery Ward machine, and we had a visitor in our midst that was saying that the leather that I was sewing was basically subgrade, or it wasn't high quality leather. This is a rough piece, kind of a scrap. It's kind of a big scrap, isn't it? This is a rough piece, kind of a scrap of the protected full grain leather. And what this stuff is used for, I get it through some wholesale channels, and they get it from a local airplane type carrier, I guess they would be called. But when they are reupholstering their private Lear jets, and they're doing other private jets that are owned by very, very wealthy people, and they're wanting to recover those seats again as they get worn, this is the leather that they use to cover those seats in those private Lear jets. And the other, I don't know, I'm not really knowledgeable about jets, but all of those fancy jets that you see land, and they don't have to go through the same channels as the rest of us, and they've got, usually kind of a luxury setting, kind of like a President Trump type airplane, I would guess. But this is that leather that I usually use, and I've got the same type of leather also in Italian, and then I also have some in veg tan leather as well. And all of this leather is used for luxury applications for the rich of the rich, for the rich of the rich in their private jets. So our friend that was visiting that was implying that it wasn't really, really good leather, I don't know, maybe he's wealthier than a lot of the wealthy people, and there's a better leather than this, but I doubt it. So this is what I'm going to cut right now, and we'll use this along with some of the other leather I've already cut to do some sew-offs on. I'm sure that if the real wealthy people knew that we were doing sew-offs on their really fancy leather, they probably wouldn't take to it too nicely. All right, so let me finish cutting this little piece. All I was trying to accomplish is cutting kind of a weird shape piece like this so that I could demonstrate the slow gear on these Model 3010s that belong to Barbara from Marquette, Michigan. So let me see if I can, it's probably not going to be exactly the same, but I'll see if I can cut around it using my Guggenheim scissors, and then we'll launch into this live stream. I'm just going to do a rough cut around it. Hopefully not cutting myself. I love the smell of leather too. Oh my gosh. This protected full grain leather particularly has, I don't know if there's such a thing as a leather bouquet, the smell, the scent. But if anyone else enjoys going into leather goods stores where they've got the finest leather possible, or maybe you've got a real nice car and you've got a really, really beautiful leather interior in it, there's nothing like stepping into that space, in my opinion. There's nothing like stepping into that space. And I believe that that's actually our owner. Hey, Barbara, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to set you off to the side near the microphone so that I can hear you and they can hear you and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if you're tuned into the live stream right now, but I'm just finishing up cutting some leather that we're going to be sewing on these twin girls that we pulled out of really kind of pulled them out of the ashes, didn't we? So
yes, absolutely, we did.
So talk a little bit about, and the folks really haven't seen the machines closely. I'll kind of give them a better shot. Here's girl number 1 and girl number 2 over here. But share a little bit about how you acquired these machines. Share that story that you did with me, because I think it really gives an appreciation for how, as vintage sewing machine enthusiasts, we can go about acquiring machines.
Oh, okay, I'm happy to. So I've sewed all my life with Vikings and singers and love the machines. And the past, 10 years, 15 years, I've been doing mostly quilting. So sewing quilt tops with the quilting cottons. And during COVID, I was sewing on a Viking Sapphire, which is a very nice machine.
Oh yeah, nice, real nice.
Yes, very nice machine and affordable and basic. And during COVID, I got very tired of the whole computer screen thing. And I decided I wanted a good basic machine that did not have electronic screens on it.
Okay.
So I bought a Viking 21E in the local area that was in great shape.
Nice.
And then right after that, a friend gave me a 19E.
Oh, wow.
So those are both the green Swedish Beauties, and I just love them, and they're in great working order.
Yeah.
But the connection with the 3010s for me is my sister graduated from college in 1967 from Northern Michigan University in Marquette, Michigan.
Cool.
And my parents bought her the Viking 3010 as her graduation gift. And that machine is still being sewed with today and sews just beautifully. So I decided that was a machine I wanted, and I started looking, and I had talked to Scott on the phone once or twice about that machine. And our Vikings in Marquette, the woman wanted to retire and she was going out of business. So I told her, if you have any 3010s that are in your shop that have been taken in on trade over the years, which she was in business probably 30 to 40 years.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and her shop was, as many machine shops are, full of vintage old machines in various states of disrepair and repair. And she said, I think I have any, but as I'm emptying the shop, I'll let you know. And sure enough, she called me and said, Barb, I have a 3010 if you want it. She says, I didn't work on it. I took it in on trade. I haven't worked on it, but it's in working order. So I said, I'll take it. So I went right over there, bought it, and a few days later she called me and said, hey, I found another one that's not in working order, but I've got a bag of parts. If you want that one, you can have it too. So I went right over and got that one. I was so excited. I thought, okay, between the two machines, I should be able to have Scott make me at least one working machine, and it'll be like my sister's and hopefully last me the rest of my life.
I'm showing the folks two of the bags of parts, some of which were your original parts that you sent with the two semi-cannibalized machines, and then some additional parts I pulled off of a similar model to this to get it going. But yeah, when Barbara and I first got acquainted and she brought these by the workshop, like I said, it really wasn't clear where that project was going to be going. We started with, I think, lowering our expectations and said, well, at least get one working machine, because when you look at the outside of a machine, you know, in a sewing shop like that, it might look like it's, but inevitably, and I can attest to this because I do the same thing, machines like this one, I'll kind of pull it up here. Machines like this one right here, now you can kind of see on the edge of the workbench, and this is a more extreme version of a machine that's been severely cannibalized. As parts become necessary, as parts become needed, you pull them off. Some of them on the inside, some of them on the outside, and some of them in between. And this one, which looks very similar to Barbara's, you look at it like this, is actually a totally different model. It was a model that preceded Barbara's 3010s. As you can see here, it was a model 1010, a model 1010. And so they had a lot of different flavors of these machines that were typically zigzag. And then they finally, like Barbara said, they finally moved into building a machine in the 3000 class that was almost a mirror image of the 19E Special that has that built-in cam stack in the back of the machine. But yeah, I mean, it's a process, isn't it? It's a process when you're trying to make machines whole between the parts that the customer can provide, which are wonderful, and then the additional parts that you might need. You just keep plugging away at it, keep plugging away and plugging away and plugging away. And eventually I reached out to Barbara and I said, guess what? Between your parts, my donor machines, and a little bit of workshop magic, we have two working 3010s now. So now there's, if I counted right, there's 3 3010s in your family, right, Barbara?
That is correct. My sister has hers, and it's in beautiful shape and sews. And I thought, well, it'll be wonderful for us in our old age to have have the same machine. So if we forget how to use it, we can help each other, and then we've got a working spare.
Oh, you're so funny.
I hope we'll be the two oldest people in the nursing home still sewing. That's my goal.
Oh my gosh. I've met this lady, you guys, and don't let her bamboozle you. She still looks very young. And I never ask a lady how old she is, because age is a number, right? I've met
yes, absolutely.
I've met people in Oconto since I've been here that, matter of fact, I met a gentleman at the restaurant just the other day. Jerry said, guess what? I'm coming up on my birthday. I said, really? He said, guess how old I am? Well, that's always, danger zone place to be treading. When someone asks you their age, you're afraid you're going to hit it too low and they'll think that you're being disingenuous, or you hit it too high and then they're offended. So I decided to be cautious and just say, you know what? You look like you're very active. And he went on to share that he plays pickleball and other things like that in the Bond Center here in Oconto. And he eventually said, well, I won't pressure you to guess my age. I'll just tell you that I'm getting ready to turn 90. Now, he didn't look like he was 90, not even close. And that's really the wonder of our space with vintage sewing machines. We can present a machine to a novice group that know nothing at all about sewing. They know nothing about vintage sewing machines. And we all of a sudden reveal that machine 80 years old or 100 years old, or like some of the machines I've shown you on this channel, almost 150 years old. And so, age is just a number, whether it's ourselves or whether it's a sewing machine. but it'll really be fun on this live stream today to show you these two Swedish beauties. I was curious, and I'll just share this with Barbara before we kind of wrap up her call, because she's already had a busy morning today, I know. And but I looked on the channel. I've got about almost 1,100 videos on the Cow Country channel, and I've been producing videos on YouTube now for, I think, going on almost a decade and a half or something like that. It's been quite a while, probably like 18 years. And I was just curious, when is the last time, if ever, that I presented a model 3010 like Barbara's machines? When's the last time I presented a machine like this or like that? And I kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Finally, I get to videos that are dating back about 6 years ago. And at that time, while I was at a different location down near Appleton in a different workshop, I presented a 3010. And what I titled that video back then is The Forgotten 3010. And I could just as easily say the forgotten 1010.
Right.
This one right here. Because these machines, they're a little bit different in how they present. They don't have that emerald green blah 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 color like some of the other machines that Barbara has. The 21E is probably that either that, that kind of that minty green, forest green, whatever. I'm not really good with colors. And then you said you also have a 19 as well?
Yes, I have a 19E.
Is it a special that has a cam adjuster on the back, or is it just a zigzag?
I think it's just a zigzag. It doesn't have this. You said it was a special, right? I watched that video it wasn't too long ago that you did that one.
Yeah, I've shown a number of specials on this channel, and they are a greatly, greatly sought after machine because people love the fact that they don't have to find those very difficult to find black cams that go inside of the green Swedish Beauties. Those cams, those cams, I told you this, Barbara, they're like literally finding, a four-leaf clover. They're so difficult to locate. And if you find them, they're so pricey that a lot of people just resign to the fact that they're never going to have a complete set of cams. But then you get a machine like the 19E Special. And I think you had sent me pictures, and I think that is a 19E Special if it has that little cam adjuster on the back. Those are so desirable because you don't need to go find cams. They're already built into the machine, and they give you a fairly wide array of stitches that you can use. Most of those utility stitches that most people are going to want. You get the blind hem, you get kind of a 3-point zigzag, or it's a stretch type stitch. You get a zigzag, and then you also get, am I forgetting one? I might be forgetting one.
Yeah, and I have to say that other than occasional zigzag or a blind stitch, I really don't use any of those decorative ones.
Yeah.
I just haven't. And with, of course, quilting, you're mostly just using a straight stitch, which is partly why I got annoyed at all the computer screens and everything. I really wasn't using any of that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But, and I don't know if Barbara and I talked about this because I have lots of conversations and they sometimes blur together. But when it comes to these machines, the 3010s, and again, there were other series of machines that preceded them, the 1000 series, the 2000 series, and then ultimately the 3000 series, like these 3010s. And there was also, I believe, a 3030 and I'm not talking about a firearm. There was a 3030 and a 3020, I believe, as well, that were all 3000 class. But there was only one machine that they built within that series of machines that resemble these and resemble that other one that I showed you that I pulled some to finish these machines off. There's only one that is almost a mirror image of the very, very coveted Husqvarna Viking 19E Special. And I explained in one of my earliest videos, why do they call it a special? What makes it special? Well, what makes it special is you don't have to insert cams. It's got a built-in cam stack. So why am I blah, blah, blahing about that? Because these 3010s are a mirror image. They're nearly identical in their engineering to that so coveted 19E Special. They've got a built-in cam stack on the back where you can turn that selector and you can get a blind hem. You can get a 3-point zigzag stretch stitch. You can get a zigzag. You can get a beautiful straight stitch out of these as well. And again, the Viking class machines, vintage machines, are going to give you about 5 stitches per inch. And that's greater than any of the Singer machines. It's even greater than most of the FOF machines as well. So you get a range of stitching, you get a variety of utility stitches as well, and you never have to go looking and go on the search to try to find a cam for these machines. So it'll be really cool to get these back, and I'll have to stay in contact with Barbara in about 20 years from now. If she lands in a senior living place, I'll see if she and her sister are still sewing away on these. So
that sounds good. I hope you're still going strong with your business in 20 years. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think I doubt that I will be. I think I'm getting closer to retirement. But I love staying in contact with customers, and and I can always, who knows, I can always put my toe in the pond just briefly and say, yeah, I'll fix that for you, or something like that. So, but at any rate, Barbara, thank you so much for calling. I'll let you get back to watching the live stream and just kind of relaxing after your busy morning. And we're going to be going back and forth. I wish I had dueling banjos as a non copyrighted type song that I could play as I'm going back and forth, but we're going to be trying to duplicate each sew off on each of these machines. And then we'll arrange next week sometime for you to swing by and to collect them up. How's that sound?
That all sounds good. I may have to go off watching the live at some point, and but I will certainly catch up later today with the rest of it, or tomorrow, one or the other, because I love watching them when I'm sitting sewing. I like watching them, and it's been really fun to be involved. And also, one last thing. So Scott, when you're finished with the sew offs on all the different things you like to practice on and show the people, if you could leave the presser foot pressures adjusted for like the typical light sewing cottons, sure, I would appreciate it. I'd be ready to go on them then.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I go through the machines and I kind of talk about them today, I'll show the threading, and I'll also talk a little bit more on these machines. The presser foot adjustments a little bit different than the ones that we're accustomed to seeing. So I'll show that as well. And surely your sister's already knowledgeable about this, but I've actually met some owners that have had machines for many years. And I'll still point out something on the machine and they'll go, I had no idea that that was the case. So I'll just go through it like I normally do. And if it's a resource to you and your sister, great. Otherwise, I'm sure it'll be a resource on some of the features in that to others that watch this later. But if anyone has a quick question for Barbara, by all means, type it in the chat. But she will not be able to stay through the duration of the live stream. But she'll be able to read your comments later because I'll have the live chat replay on. And that way, as the video is playing and she's watching what she missed, the comments will actually be popping up in real time as people are interacting and responding and reacting to what they're seeing Barbara's machines doing. So, all right, Barbara, well, you have a great morning, and thanks so much for calling in. See ya.
Yes, and if I can't get down next week, I will definitely get down the week after. I'll keep in touch by text.
Sounds good. You have a great rest of the weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I wasn't going to say it while Barbara was on the phone, but I said Barbara had a busy morning. She had to go to a showing, a funeral this morning, and I didn't ask her who it was for, but it's never something you really look forward to when you're going to say goodbye to someone that's passed away, whether they're family, a friend, or acquaintance, or maybe someone that you worked with. Who knows? So she's already had a real busy morning and probably has a busy day as well, and she'll have a chance to watch this later, hopefully. So before I jump into these twin 3010 models that, again, I talk a lot about, and actually Emma from Naples, Florida, sent me this Phoenix quite a while ago. She sent me this Phoenix quite a while ago, and I talk a lot about taking machines out of the ashes and making them that Phoenix again. This is really a key project where I had a chance to really experience that. You know, between the parts that I had to pull off of this Husqvarna 1010 model that is very close to the 3010s that are on the workbench, or these parts that Barbara brought over here, between this bag and this bag as well. All kinds of parts that came out of this repair shop. And that's kind of becoming a recurring theme, isn't it? That's becoming a recurring theme where we're hearing about sewing shops that have been in business a really long time. And they're going out of business now because those individuals that are running those shops are probably in their 60s, maybe even their 70s. And they're at a point in their life where maybe because of health reasons or bucket list or who knows what, they've decided that it's time to hang up their shingle. And so I hear from people all the time, and I know the leadership team does as well, when they're communicating with different folks through Facebook and through the YouTube live streams. They hear all the time about people that are in different communities where they have no resource whatsoever unless they drive maybe 100 miles, where they can take their vintage sewing machine and get a fairly decent job done on the machine. And I say fairly decent because the reality with any shop is they've got overhead that they have to account for. And if they want to make any profit at all, you know, the old saying, without a margin, you don't have a mission. Without a margin, you don't have a mission. So these places, unlike me, where, you know, I've got enough customers, I've got enough resources that I don't have to be as worrisome about spending more time on projects like this. Between these two machines, you're looking at about 55 hours between the servicing, the repairs, the part replacements, and everything else. And I think I'm being a little bit conservative. It's probably closer to 60 hours, 30 hours per machine that was spent in getting them ready for this live stream today. And there are so many shops closing right now that, you know, along with a good reputation, and I think the fact that people know that I go through machines at a different level in a different way than probably anyone else in the world. And even our dear friend Alex Askarov, who is beloved around the globe and really quite a wonderful antique restorer, especially with the hand crank machines, regularly makes referrals to me, as does Andy Tube as well. Andy Tube is kind of back in the saddle again. I shared an email with Susie from Minnesota, because she had shared with me that she saw a video pop up by Andy Tube. And I'll be honest with you, I was hoping that he would be able to rebound from COVID and cancer and everything else, but I wasn't sure. But by the grace of God and through a lot of tenacity, he's back to doing a low level of video production, showing some of the stuff. I think he showed his wife was traveling and gone for a bit, I think out of the country, and she left behind one of her Slantomatics, I believe it was, in the video. And he took his followers through a basic servicing of that machine, etc. But, you know, and right now, Askarov in the UK, some of you know, most of you know, he has a very rare type of cancer. So some of the icons in our space, people that I look to with admiration and respect, and they look back to me as a younger guy and send me their customers oftentimes because of the specialty work I do in restoration. Slowly, that group of people that have been really the bedrock of vintage sewing machine restoration are fading, and eventually we'll all be gone. You know, some of us that are household names in some of the circles as far as our restorative work. So my hope as well is that we can recruit younger people, you know, people that love working with their hands. Maybe they have an appreciation for history. Maybe they were raised by a grandma or grandpa. Maybe they were raised by an aunt or an aunt. Wait, an aunt or an aunt, that's the same thing. You know what I meant. An aunt or an uncle. Maybe they're raised by an aunt or an aunt. I am so delirious. It's been a crazy, crazy week, getting ready for a series of live streams, as most of you know. But you know what I'm saying? You know, younger people that are raised by older folks, kind of in extended families, they sometimes have a different way of looking at the world. And those might be the ones that would latch onto the idea of wanting to become that next generation of Scotts and Alexes and Andy Tubes that can then carry this legacy of vintage sewing machines forward. If not, those folks that own several vintage sewing machines, unless they become adept themselves in working on them, they're going to be stuck, aren't they? So let's hope that we can attract more young people to our vintage sewing machine space and get them excited about this, and they can take over for the rest of us, so that I can take a trip over and meet Alex and Yana in the UK. And maybe I can fly out to Arizona if Andy Tube will allow me, and visit with him and meet him, and visit other people around the globe that have invited me and said, hey, come and stay with us if you travel out to Sweden or to Holland or to Australia or Germany or wherever. Because I love traveling. I don't know about the rest of you. And I am hoping when I eventually hang up my shingle in working with vintage sewing machines, that I'll have the opportunity to do a lot of traveling and to meet a lot of the people that I've had the privilege of inspiring in the vintage sewing machine space, and attracting them to being in awe of how these vintage sewing machines are engineered, and their lasting and their durability, and the fact that when these machines were put together, whether the 3010s or any of those vintage class machines in the Husqvarna family, when planned obsolescence was a dirty, dirty word. It probably wasn't even a word then, but that planned obsolescence idea of building something to fail, building something so that it only lasts so long, and then you have to go back out and get another one or get something similar. That's the beauty of our vintage space. Planned obsolescence is a word that we don't even have to bring it to the surface, because of the sense of pride that was built into these Swedish machines. And recently I showed you that Bernina from Switzerland, that original 125. If you somehow missed that live stream, watch it. You gotta watch it, because that Bernina 125 that I presented was the very first free arm portable sewing machine in the world. They beat the Swedes to developing a machine like that. They beat the Germans. They beat everyone else in being able to develop that first portable free arm zigzag sewing machine. So check that out as well. But today we're going to be checking out these 3010s. And what I can tell you is they really are a forgotten class machine. With all the machines that I get coming to the workshop, either directly from Joanne Fabrics, or dropped off at the workshop, or shipped to the workshop, the last time I had a machine like this on the workbench, like I shared earlier when Barbara was on the call, was 6 years ago. They don't come up very often. You see a lot of the 21As, you see a lot of the 21Es, you see a fair number of the 19s, and some of the other green machine class machines that Husqvarna came out with. You don't see a lot of the 19E specials, and you don't see a lot of the 3010s either that have that built-in cam stack in the back. And I'll actually show that to you real quick, just so you can get an appreciation for how this machine is built. And both machines are going to be really similar. These two machines are both 3010s, but they're going to have slight design differences in them. But you can see this cam stack right here. And by turning this knob, you can select either a 3-point zigzag, kind of a stretch stitch, a zigzag, or a blind hem stitch. Whereas before, you had to have, like even on those green machines, you had to have one of those black cams in the back to set the swing boundaries of that needle so it didn't hit the throat plate. With this one, you never have to say, oh, wait a second, do I have a cam in the back of the machine? You know, maybe you were servicing the machine, you took the cam out, and you forget to put the cam back in. And then all of a sudden you go to execute sewing on that machine and you've damaged your throat plate because that black cam that goes in the back of those green Swedish Beauties sets the swing boundaries. It actually calibrates that needle bar so that it doesn't go too wide and it stays within the boundaries of about 4 millimeters of the opening of that throat plate. Otherwise, it hits it, it causes scarring, and as that thread is coming out of the bobbin case down below, you all of a sudden get issues with sewing quality, thread breaking, and a variety of other problems that you don't want to have to experience. So it's a big deal. With these, you don't even have to give that a thought because that needle bar is already pre-calibrated by that cam stack in the back of these 3010s, which is fabulous. It really makes it that much easier for the sewist, and that's why so many people love those 19E specials as well. And Husqvarna could have called it anything they wanted to, but they wanted to emphasize the uniqueness of building those cam-generated stitches right into the machine for the ease of the sewist. So they gave it that special branding mark that none of their other machines have. No other machine has that. I'm almost kind of disappointed, to be honest with you, that they didn't brand these model 3010s with a special underneath there because of that cam stack being almost a mirror image of what the 19E special has. Kind of a bummer. I almost want to, and Barbara would kill me, or her sister would kill me, but I almost want to take a Sharpie and write special right on the bottom of there so that everyone knows that this machine is unlike any of the other similar machines in the 1000, the 2000 series that would have preceded this machine, like the one I showed you that I got some parts from right over here. That cam feature on the back really does make this machine special. And when Barbara and I first started talking, she didn't mention this, but she was saying, I really want to do this because my sister has had this machine forever. It was given to her as a gift by our parents. I think she said, was it college or high school? Maybe it was college. Anyway, you can type in the live chat, Rich, which one it was. I was kind of cutting material at the same time, so I was listening, but with one ear. But, you know, she really wanted to get a machine like she saw her sister enjoying. And so then comes this shop closing. All of a sudden, that shop owner discovers one machine partially cannibalized, finds another machine very cannibalized, and then a bag of parts to try to make that machine whole again. And today you're going to see two machines that someone else may have considered hopeless, but with workshop magic and a little bit of tenacity, they are very, very happy, very, very, very happy Swedish Beauties today. And you'll have a chance to see that. Let me walk you around this machine a little bit and see if I can describe some things to you real quick. So easy machine to operate. Interestingly, though, some of the nuances, these are both 3010s, 3010 there, 3010 here, but you'll notice they go through different waves and evolutions of change on these machines. Notice this one here on the right has more oiling points. I think it has no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking backwards. It has fewer oiling points across that main shaft. It's got one right there, and one right there. That's it. 3 oiling points. On this machine, 1, 2, 3, 4 oiling points across this machine. Subtle differences also on the side over here, on the side plate to the right of the pillar. Here we've got an oiling point that lubricates that bobbin winding assembly because of the parts and the gears that have to stay properly lubricated. There's our oiling point right there. On this 3010 flavor, whoops, my cord's getting caught. Hold on one second, I have my cord caught. Oh, goodness. There we go. On this 3010, there's no oiling point. So on this one, you've got to work a little bit harder. In this 3010 here, you've got to carefully remove the balance wheel without chipping or cracking it because the balance wheel is made out of a ceramic material. It's made out of a ceramic material. And the way to get these off is you have to very carefully slide a wide screwdriver in one side and on the other side, and then through fluxing it gently on equal sides, carefully rock it off, because it's held on by like a spring clamp that holds it into position. But you got to take this off, you got to take that bolt out, and then you're able to get to the mechanics down here of the bobbin winder to keep this properly lubricated. This is really a critical point, because it's the transfer point from the motor to the bobbin assembly and then up to the main shaft through the balance wheel. You lose a lot of power. You lose a lot of power on these machines if this space is not maintained properly, because of that gear transfer, the gear exchange, and the transfer of power from the motor to the bobbin assembly and ultimately up to the balance wheel and down the main shaft to the needle bar. So this machine would require a little bit more initiative to keep it properly maintained. This one is much easier because it has a different cover, and it was produced at a different time by Husqvarna, produced at a different time. But the overall basic features of the machine are going to be nearly identical. Over here, we've got our feed dog drop. You can see that right there. You just push it in, drops the feed dogs, you push it again, and it pops them back up again. We've got our little stop and start point right here, this little metal tab on the bottom of the stitch width control that you can push in when you're executing a zigzag to generate buttonholes. And also the same type of stitch width. You can see up to this point, we're lock and step, aren't we? This one is the same way. Feed dog drop, stitch width, and that same little type of tab on the bottom for stop and start points for doing buttonholes. We move up to the stitch length control and the reverse. They're identical. This one looks the same pretty much, a little bit different as far as the printing on the numbers, but they're going to be really, really close, really, really close. And I should also explain, like the E-class machines, the 21Es, the 19Es, I've talked about this a lot on the channel. They have what is called a two-stage reverse button. So this is our reverse on this button and on that machine. This is our reverse button on this machine as well. Now you have a choice. You can either push it in and hold it in when you're going in reverse, or you can push it in and down slightly, and then it locks in place. They only did that in the vintage Husqvarna Swedish Beauties when they moved to the E-class. You're not going to find it on a 21A. You're not going to find it on a Type 21. You're only going to find it on a 21E, a 19E, or you're going to find it on a 3010 like this that's set up nearly identical to the 19E. So you don't have to hold that in, which is really a nice convenience, so that you can continue reverse sewing to finish off that seam or whatever you want to do. And then all you do is push it in and up, and then it pops back out again. So if you didn't know that about your E-series Swedish Beauty, maybe you own a 21E, maybe you own a 19E, maybe you own a machine like this, a 3010 that's set up like a 19E. It's really a nice feature they added to that E-series, where you don't have to hold this in and hold it in and hold it in, and all of a sudden, you know, you get your finger gets tired. What's wrong with my finger? Push it in, down, you're locked in place. Both machines can do that. It's really nice. Also, the stitch length on these machines is quite extraordinary. You can ratchet these all the way down to 0.1. Now, you're not going to get much material movement, if any, if you go down this far in the stitch length. If you go this far down on the stitch length, that material is probably going to be bird nesting, because it's just not going to be moving enough unless you're really, really slowing that needle down dramatically to try to keep that from bird nesting and bunching up. But you could go all the way down to 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. And for most of the stitches that we'll do, will probably be somewhere between 0.5 to 1 as far as the blind hem, the 3-point zigzag stretch stitch, and That's probably about it. And then a lot of the straight stitching we'll be turning this stitch length controller all the way up to somewhere between 3 and 4. But look at the range on this Swedish Beauty. You go all the way up to 4, you're generating about 5 stitches per inch. That's better than, like I said, any of the Singer machines. It's better than the majority of the Pfaff machines. It's better than the Bernina machines. Sorry, Bernina USA. If you didn't know it, Bernina USA is following us on Facebook and on YouTube now. But I've got to be honest, even the stitch length range on these Swedish Beauties is better than the Berninas. It's better than any of the Berninas out there. So yeah, if you go all the way up to 4, you're doing 5 stitches per inch. You go all the way down here to about 0.5, 0.4, you're right around 25 to 30 stitches per inch. So a huge stitch length range that you could potentially generate with these 3010 models. We then move over to here, and this is going to be our needle position. For a lot of folks, needle position is a have must. It's a must have. And on this one, needle position is really, really easy to manage. But let me tell you a little trick so that you don't pay someone to fix your machine if it doesn't need to be fixed. Right now, I've got the stitch width over here set on 4 because I was kind of demonstrating some stuff. And I think that was the last stitch that I sewed off camera as well. But when you turn this stitch width to 4, your needle position is not going to respond. And I've had some people that have contacted me, or some people that have already gone to a local sew and back, and some person had paid $146 for that so-called technician to fix nothing. They fixed nothing. They told the customer, yeah, I think there's a mechanism issue that's either frozen up, gummed up, or something. I'll have to take some things off. It's going to be a process. Why don't you go shopping and then come back later this afternoon and pick your machine up? They paid their bill for $146. They reached out about another issue and we met, and I said there was nothing wrong with your machine. Never go back to that repair center again. Never go back. Because right now, if you get a machine and you don't realize that your stitch width is set somewhere between 1 and 4, and you go to try to change needle position, you're getting nothing. See, I'm turning this. The needle's not moving. It's not moving. It's broken. It's broken. But if you pay me $146 and go shopping, I'm going to make it well again. You know how I'm going to do that? I'm going to do it by ringing the magic bell. Wait a second. I'm going to ring the magic bell. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the customer away. Go have fun shopping. I'll take care of all of this for you. It's a big job. It's a big job, but I love my customers and I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of it. I'm willing to do this for you. And it's only $146. I'm giving you a heck of a deal. I'm giving you a deal. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it. Watch. I'm going to fix it. It's fixed. It's fixed. Yeah. Ha ha. Oh, look at that. Hey, it's working again. Oh my gosh. I'm so smart. I'm so talented. I'm so powerful. I'm so powerful. Not really. Not really. That would make me a charlatan. That's what that would make me, as a charlatan. So anyway, just be careful. Be careful that you take time to get to know your machine. Get to know your machine so that you're not taken advantage of. Most technicians out there, or I should say many technicians out there would be honest enough, I hope, if they knew, they would be honest enough to say, you know, Mrs. Miller, you don't have a broken machine. You simply have to move your stitch width to 0, and then your needle position selector will work beautifully. I can service your machine, but there's nothing mechanically wrong with your machine right now. It's simply when you move the stitch width over to between 1 and 4, it's going to take charge of that needle swing, and it's not going to listen to the needle position control here. It's going to ignore this because the machine has to override it with the cam functions of the machine. But just be careful. Be careful. Don't be taken advantage of. And if you are taking advantage of, don't go back there. Don't go back to that place again, even if they've been servicing your machines forever, because in our vintage space, we have old school values and we've got to have integrity when it comes to doing what we do, right? I hope you agree. So anyway, if any of you out there have ever experienced this where you thought there was an issue with your machine and maybe you even put it in the closet and gave up, this is a real simple thing to fix. A very simple thing to fix. Yep. Okay, what else? I think that's about it. The other thing I'll show you over here. Actually, let me go back over here. Let me go back over here first. So this is, again, our bobbin winding assembly that does not have an oiling point. The other one does. They're both 3010s, but they were built at different times. This also comes with that slow gear that is so coveted. The slow gear is activated by simply pulling this assembly out, and then it gears the machine down from being full speed all the way down to 1/5 speed. So it slows the machine down dramatically. So you've got a lot more control. You're able to manage various sewing you're doing with a great deal of more precision, lot more precision, because you're not having to try to meter out that speed of the machine using the foot controller, which can be really irregular, really irregular. And then when you're done using that slow gear, you simply push it back in like that. And then when you go to return sewing, you're going to hear a little click as those gears kick that machine back into full speed again. Now, the one thing I want to say, and I say it so many times, some of you that follow me a lot are probably almost irritated by it, but we have a lot of new people all the time. So I'm going to say it anyway. You've got to be really, really careful with these machines so that you realize that the slow gear is not a power boost. The slow gear does not increase your power. It doesn't change the power of the machine. It slows it down. It's like riding a 10-speed bike and going to a higher gear so that the revolutions of the pedals are fewer and you're able to pedal at a slower rate. You're not racing like a rabbit. So it slows the machine down from full speed to 1/5. If your 3010 has a certain size motor, you're still going to have the same amount of amperage. You're not going to gain any amperage or any power with that slow gear. You're only going to gain control. So with that question, I'm going to look at the live chat real quick, and I'm going to say good morning to everyone that's in the live chat. But I'm also going to ask you to type in the live chat, what size motor do you think these 3010s have? We've got, some subtle differences between these machines because they were made at different times in different phases of production. So I already pointed out some of the differences, the oiling points, the difference as far as the side panel, and one having an oiling point, one not. But what size motor do you think these 3010s come with? And then I'm going to grab something to drink as well. My throat's a little dry today. I think it's because of all the pollen, all the stuff that comes when we start to move in the spring and such. All right, let me look over at the live chat and I'll say good morning real quick to everybody. Everybody that I can see. All right. I've got these cases over here. Oh, I should show you real quick before I forget. You can tell these machines were, other than the things I pointed out, these machines were produced at different times. The machines have subtle differences, and also the cases that they were carried in also have subtle differences. I'm going to move my extra parts to the side over here, and I'll pop these open real quick and just show you the insides of these cases. So this one we're used to seeing, aren't we? This one we're used to seeing the little cubby in the back. We're used to seeing that little cubby in the back, and it's got a compartment on top, for the foot controller, a compartment on the bottom for the accessory box down below. You can kind of see that down there. And that's what we're typically going to be seeing, along with this extension bed. I won't be using the extension beds today because I don't have enough space with two machines on the workbench to be able to do that. And then this case from the outside, they look nearly identical, don't they? This one is a little bit wider. You can see the width on there. Again, when a sewing machine company is going through different production phases, they change things on the machine, and then sometimes they change things on the case as well. This one has a little bit more girth and has a little bit more depth. If you look inside, you notice right away how different it is from the other case. Here you have almost like a little carriage up here where you can set the same type of stuff, but it's not a cubby in the corner. So you can put your foot controller up here potentially. You can put other goodies up there, and then you can slide your machine in next to this stuff right here that's kind of anchored inside of that case. And I'll be honest with you, with all the cases and all the machines that I've seen for Swedish Beauties, I've never seen one of these before. I've never seen this style, this design before. I've never seen this style and this design before. So it's very different, isn't it? When you look at the two side by side, they really stand out as totally different. So you might have a 3010. You might have a 3010, and maybe you have a different case than either one of these. Or maybe your 3010 was made at a different phase, and maybe the machine has different changes or features that were made on it as well. You just never know, right? Because production companies they'll get the itch to change something, and they change it. Whether it's the machine itself, the body design, the number of oiling points, the branding or the marking of the lettering on it can change, maybe in the font style or the size. If you look at the, say, for example, the stitch length control on these two machines, they're not the same. They're different. They're slightly different. Let me take a look at I just got a text message. So Christine from Canada just sent me a text message. And some of you know that I mailed her a mystery package with goodies inside. A mystery package with goodies inside, because I wanted to thank her, as I've done with other members of my leadership team, for the time, the passion, the talent that they devote to taking care of the family. Just like in this live stream today. I don't worry about the family because I know that Susie and others, maybe Christine, maybe Bill, maybe Michelle, back when Sunny was still with us, that passed away recently, Sunny was sometimes in the live streams as well, even though she wasn't feeling well with her cancer treatment and everything. So I don't worry about it. The family takes care of it. So I mailed something off to Christine. I'm just making sure her number isn't visible. And she just sent me this message. Oh my gosh. Scott, the parcel has arrived. The parcel has arrived. I don't know if Christine is in the live stream right now. I'll look at all the people that are in the live chat. But Christine, if you can hear me right now, if you're in the live chat or if you're watching this live stream, would you call me and tell everybody about the bizarre route that your parcel took? Would you be willing to do that, dear? Would you give me a call and about the route that USPS took with your parcel as it was heading towards Canada? We would be chatting almost every day, every other day. And I would ask Christine, so where is it today? And she would tell me, and I'm like, why did it go that direction? She's like, I have no idea. I've got no idea why they do what they do. It's one of the great wonders of the world as far as how they route packages sometimes, isn't it? It's really weird. It's really, really weird. So yeah, Christine is a very excited gal right now because she got my mystery package that has a variety of different goodies in it that we had talked about. Yeah. Okay. So back to greeting everybody finally. Let me get over there and greet some folks. Okay. So good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to scroll all the way up. Good morning to Susie from Minnesota. And Susie is, she is so faithful. She's always like the first one in the live stream, and I appreciate her so much, and the time and the talent and the dedication and the passion that she gives to the family. It truly is wondrous, isn't it? Also, good morning to Alex Alcas. And those of you that don't know, I opened a bunch of goodies from Alcas and his wife yesterday. They sent them by way of Wawak. That's so much fun to say. They sent it by way of Wawak, which is a sewing supply, blah, blah, blah. They've been in business for over 100 years. And they sent me these wonderful clips. Some of you saw these already. These wonderful clips. Because my other ones, I talked about it in live streams. My other ones were getting really dull. And these suckers, holy mackerel, one little clip, I could probably cut through a cable tie, but I won't. But they're really, really sharp. And they also sent me, where's some of my other stuff? Hold on, I'll find it. They sent me some of these really cool things. They're kind of a tweezer and magnify glass combination, where if you're going after something and it's really small and you're trying to get a hold of it, you can look through the magnify glass at the same time to see what you're going after, maybe a sliver or something like that. And I get metal slivers in my hands and my feet. If I make the mistake of popping down to the workshop and I don't throw my shoes on, I just come down barefoot. If I've been outside with Hank or something like that, I will get metal slivers in my foot as well. Oh my gosh, it's painful. So these are really a godsend. I'll be able to use these and also potentially give a set of these away as well, because they sent me, I believe, 2 of these. And then they also, Alex and his wife, Alcas, in the live chat, sent me some of these. And I always say, sometimes a teacher, always a student, always a student. I had never seen these needles before. And they're called a quick threading needle. And if anyone in the live stream today has used these, share with everybody what you think of them. What do you see as the advantages, other than obviously you can thread it more quickly? How do they sew? What have you sewn with them? Because I haven't used any of these, but I have permission from Alex and his wife to give some of these away. And I think I got three packages of them. And I still have my double eye needles as well by Schmetz. These are the equivalent of like an over-under type twin needle. I've got some of these that I could potentially give away as well. And I believe it was Alex yesterday. Was it yesterday? What is today? Saturday? Friday? No, it was at the last live stream, whenever that was. You tell how busy I've been. Everything's just a blur. But I gave this mug away to Alex, or I should say Susie gave it away technically. Susie gave it away. I asked the leaders to come up with some sort of a little mini impromptu contest. And I don't know exactly what Susie required that Alex answer. I have no idea. But he got the answer right. And Susie sent me a text and said, Alex won that mug. Actually, he won one of the 2 mugs. And then Alex picked this mug. So I'm going to be packing this up very carefully and sending it out to California this coming week. Yep. But I think it's fun. I think it's fun when you have an opportunity to win something, don't you? Just kind of makes it, kind of gives a different dynamic to things. So thank you again to Alcas, aka Alex, and his wife for the generosity of giving me all those fun things from Wawak. Oh man, I should do a contest where people have to, almost like pig calling out in the country. They do pig calling contests where people get up on a stage and they embarrass themselves and they'll make different calls using their voice to try to sound like a pig or a hog or a cow or who knows what they sound like. We should do like a Wawak contest where someone can use different articulations, an accent, whatever, and say Wawak in different ways. Wawak, 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 whatever. I don't know. It'd be fun. I just think Wawak is a fun name. And they've been in business since the early 1900s, and I had never heard of them before. Isn't that horrible? I never heard of Wawak before. All right. So anyway, all of that blah, blah, blah is to say good morning to Alex. Yeah, good morning to Alex. All right, who else do we have? Good morning to my dear friend Aaron Allen from Vermont. My good friend Aaron Allen from Vermont. Beautiful Vermont. And let's see who else. Good morning to my good friend Candido from the great state of New York. And if you missed it somehow, Candido and his wife Rachel sent me some of the most beautiful baking and confectionery chocolate. Gain weight, you better get out and walk, buddy. Yummies that they had prepared in their kitchen, in their country kitchen out there in New York. And I'm telling you one thing, that chocolate is to die for. They used Ghirardelli. I think I'm saying that right. They used Ghirardelli chocolate, which is like the Cadillac of confectionery chocolate. And oh my gosh, I've gotten through almost a full bag. I'm kind of ashamed to admit this. I've gotten through almost a full bag of the hand dipped chocolate Ghirardelli pretzels. Oh my gosh, they are so good. I think Alex, I think not Alex. I think Candido wanted me to share some of them. I better do it soon, or I'm not going to have any left. Just so you know, not going to have any left at all. Rachel, his wife, oh my gosh, she should have a cooking program. We need to get Rachel set up with a YouTube channel so they can shoot video in their country kitchen of her making yummy, yummy stuff. Yeah, she's the next Julia Childs or the next, Martha Stewart or something like that. We got to help her out, you guys. Got to help her out. All right, who else do we have? We have Suzanne Coulter. Oh, and she got her scissors. Yes. I was going to ask. Suzanne won because of the reviews she wrote for Cow Country. She won a set of these Guggenheim professional tailoring scissors. And I didn't read the entire thing that she wrote, but she just got her Guggenheim scissors in the mail. We've got to ask her. If you didn't already ask her, we got to ask her. We got to ask her. What is she out with them? Is she as amazed as I am? I think they're fabulous. I think they're amazing, amazing, amazing scissors. They really, truly are. Truly amazing scissors. I'm glad you got them, Suzanne. I'm glad you got them. Glad you got them. All right, who else do we have? Good morning as well. Jenny Folsom. Jenny Folsom. Good morning to Kathy King. Good morning to Kathy King. I already said hello to Alex. Who else do we have? Well, that's everybody that I see in the live stream chat right now. If anyone is sitting in the shadows right now, I want to welcome you as well. When you feel comfortable, step out and join the live chat. Get to make some new friendships. Share your knowledge with us. Because like I say, sometimes a teacher, always a student. We learn from each other in these live streams all the time. All the time. So when you're comfortable, step out of the shadows into the live chat and let us greet you officially. Let us welcome you to the family and let us have the opportunity of learning from you. And then you in turn can learn from us and we'll share that knowledge back and forth. And then you can go out to wherever you are. You might be in another country. We have 126 countries that are following this channel and watch videos every month. You might be from one of those 126 countries. If you are, we're going to be so excited to see you step into the live chat so we can welcome you. Just the other day, we had someone that joined us, I believe, for the first time from Sweden. And maybe they had sat in the shadows for a while, and then they finally felt comfortable, and they said, this is a good group. They're really friendly folks. They're really nice people. They're not like some of those groups that are trying to showboat and make people feel stupid. These are just genuinely nice folks. I'd like to join the family. We are going to be so excited to welcome you to the family when you feel ready to take that step. And a lot of the people you see in the live chat right now, they used to sit in the shadows too. Yeah, they did. So don't feel bad about it. Don't feel any pressure. But we're going to be so excited to say welcome to the family when you take that step. Whenever you're ready. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's it. I think I said hello. I think I said hello to everybody. I said hello to everyone in the live chat. And I'm going to turn it over now. I know that Emma told me Emma's got something with her family that she's tied up in today, a graduation. This is kind of graduation time, isn't it? She's got a graduation, I believe, of a niece. And so Emma's not with us. Thankfully, Susie is. And so I don't think there are any other leaders here right now. So, Susie, I'm turning the live chat stream over to you. I'm going to focus on our machines over here. And thank you in advance for doing such a great job always taking care of the family. Okay. All right. So let's shift our focus. Let's pivot a little bit now. Let's pivot a little bit. Wait. Christine just popped in from Canada. I don't think I saw Christine before. Christine, either, if you would, dear, either call me and share the route that your package took that I sent you to Canada, that I sent to you in Canada, or type in the live chat so everyone can appreciate how bizarre the routing of packages can be going to Canada. But either call or type, if you would, and share with the folks what route your package took. It was weird. It was just downright weird. And I hope you enjoy all the goodies I stuck in there. I wish I had had a bigger package right in hand. I had a couple other things I wanted to throw in there that I'll probably eventually send to you up there in Canada. And, like I said, some things are better to go to someone else than collect dust in the workshop. And I've got so much stuff in the workshop that I've collected over almost 30 years in the vintage space, that I am very excited to share. I want to share. Yeah. So if I find more stuff or someone else expresses an interest or a need, you might get a package from me too. You just never know. You might get a package. All right, ladies, you're in charge. Christine and Susie, take care of the family. I'm going to start on these machines over here. But first of all, I got to ask you all a trivia question. Does anyone know what this is and what it's called? And I'm going to ask the leaders not to respond. I'm going to ask the leaders not to respond unless we get into a standstill. No one knows. Then if you know, by all means respond. But if Susie and Christine will hold back a little bit on your knowledge. And if anyone knows what this is, and you text the answer to me, tell me what it is, what it's called, and what it's used for. And I will give you your choice of a package of either one of the needles, the easy thread ones that Alex and his wife sent me, or you can have a pick of the double eye needles by Schmetz. They're the equivalent of like that twin needle where you can run 2 threads through them. So send me a text and tell me what this is, what it's called, and what it's used for. If you would, don't type it in the live chat. Not yet. But tell me what this is used for, what it's called. Yeah. Hopefully you can see that okay. I think you can. All right. And then tell me what this is for. I'll give you the opportunity to win. I'll give you a chance to win twice. If you can guess what this is used for, what is this used for, then I'll give you a choice of one of Susie's hats. So I'm giving away needles with this thing over here, this thing right here. You can have your choice of a pack of one of the needles that Alex and his wife sent, or a pack of one of the double eye needles that I have. If you can tell me what it is, what it's called, and what it's used for, this doodad right here, just text it to me. And then tell me what this thing is right here. What is this thing used for? What is this puppy used for right here? And I'll give you a big hint. Hold on a second. I'll give you a real big hint. it has little or nothing to do with this, but it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Looks like a spool pin, doesn't it? I better shut up or I'm going to give the answer away. But you could, I guess you could technically use it as a spool pin, couldn't you? Sort of, kind of. But that's not what it's really intended to do or what it's intended for. I just got part of it stuck. Hold on a second. Oh, that's hilarious. There we go. I got it. Oh, man. All right. I got it back. There we go. I got it stuck. I got it stuck in the spool of thread. All right. So yeah, let's see if anybody wants to win needles or win one of Susie's hats. Now, if you're just, I don't know, maybe you're calling from a payphone. I don't think there's any payphones left in the United States, but if you're calling from a payphone out in the middle of Montana or Wyoming or South Dakota, North Dakota, and all you have access to is a payphone and you can't text from a payphone, as far as I know, then you're probably living in the wrong place. I'm just joking. I love payphones. I kind of miss them actually a little bit. But no, seriously, if you are not able to text for whatever reason, maybe you have an older style flip phone or something like that, then go ahead and type it in the live chat. That's okay. Go ahead and type it in the live chat. Too much coffee this morning, yeah. No sewing machines at the estate sale, huh? Well, that's okay. Somebody punched there, Alex. Okay, so I'm not getting any. I haven't heard them go off. I'm not getting anyone that wants to send me a text message. No one wants to send me a text message today. So I will open it up to the live chat as well. I'll open it up to the live chat as well. And if, oh, that was a text. See that? I said nobody wants to text me. And then somebody all of a sudden sent me a text just to say, yeah, I want to text you. It's cool. Okay, this is a text from Jenny Folsom, and she writes. Actually, I think Jenny got one of the hats that belonged to Susie, didn't she? One of the hat. No. Jenny got a pack of the double eye needles. That's right. Jenny got a pack of the double eye needles before, and Jenny does give a pretty good. She names this correctly. She named this correctly. But what she described as far as the application is slightly incorrect. So I'll give her 50% correct. And then I think she was venturing a guess on this thing as well. And it's not what you said it was, Jenny. It's not what you said it was. So I'm glad I stumped you guys a little bit because I say it all the time. All of you in the live streams are the smartest in the world. And it's fun to be able to stump you once in a while. But I'm going to give Jenny because Jenny came close enough on this. She was like, she was 50% right, 50%, yeah, whatever. But I'm going to give her a choice of either a set of Alex's easy thread needles or another set of the double eye needles. I'm guessing that Jenny, since she already has a pack of the double eye needles that she won, she's probably going to go for the easy thread ones, but that's her choice. I'll leave that up to her. So I'm gonna give it just a few more seconds, and then I'll read Jenny's answer because I haven't gotten any other text messages, and then I'll tell you what my description of this is specifically, and how it was used traditionally, and the fact that it comes in different shapes than this. This isn't the only shape of this. It comes in many, many different shapes. And then I'll tell you what this is as well. Tell you what this is as well. And I think that was a Facebook notification, so I'm not going to respond to that right now. Christine and Bill help me manage the Facebook page, so they probably know even before I do when a notification comes in, when someone's sending us a question or a comment, or sometimes just a compliment. Sometimes they just send us a nice compliment as well. Yeah, and Jenny just followed up another text with a little bit more description, and she's absolutely on the right track. She's absolutely on the right track. Yep, very, 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 very much spot on. Okay, so let's move forward, shall we? Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Move forward, though, I'm going to tell you about this. This is, as Jenny pointed out, this is a clapper. It's called a clapper. And there's also certain places, certain circles, depending on where it's being used. This originally was designed not for quilting, but it was designed for tailors. When people were doing professional tailoring, they wanted to get the seams just right. Real sharp edges, sharp, even, straight seams. And so they would bring the material around this clapper, or they sometimes refer to it as a tailoring chuck, kind of like chuck roast. But it's most commonly known as a tailoring clapper. And then they would take a hot iron and they would, with that fabric around that edge on that perfect straight seam, they would then apply the heat to get that seam just rigid. I mean, cut your finger on it sharp. Cut your finger on it sharp. And it was used originally by tailoring folks, professional tailors. Now it's used in all kinds of circles. Everything from applique work to quilting to clothing manufacturing, kind of like what Alex and his wife, if you didn't catch it in the other live stream, Alex and his wife, the screen name in the live stream right now, if you're looking, who is Alex? Who's Alex? It's Al Koss. Al Koss and his wife are wanting to make clothes for preemie babies, little preemies, the little babies that are born at, just teeny tiny. And they're wanting to make clothes and offer a clothing line that benefit little preemies. Who knows? Maybe a clapper like this would be beneficial depending on what the outfit was for. Maybe it's going to be a more formal gown, like for a baptism or something like that. And you need real nice, sharp seams, nice, sharp edges to iron them out. You could use a clapper like this. And I was careful not to show you the other side, because on the other side, let me see, collar wedges. Yeah, it goes into a lot more information than I just gave. And they're referencing using it for collars as well and other things like that. I'll just show you what they wrote on this side. And this one is by June Taylor Inc. out of Richfield. Holy cow, I never read that before. Made in Richfield, Wisconsin. Richfield, Wisconsin. I did not know that. Show you what they wrote here. And everyone reads at a different speed. So if I'm holding it there too long, just be patient. Everyone reads at a different speed. So yeah, neat little gadget. I don't anticipate that I'm ever going to need this. So if one of my leadership team members, Susie over in Minnesota, Christine, Bill, Michelle, Emma, if I'm forgetting some, oh yeah, our friend down in Southern Texas, I'm just totally blanking on what her name is right now because she kind of dropped off the radar a little bit. But our dear friend down in Texas is another one that's on our leadership team, technically. Um, she's got that little daughter with autism that I prepared that FOF machine for. But if any of my leadership team either want this or want to work together, because I think we all have each other's emails if we don't have each other's cell phone numbers, and come up with a way that we can potentially give this away if none of the leaders want it. If none of the leaders need a clapper, you could even carry it in your car for self-defense, because this puppy's got some good wood weight behind it. You know what I mean? Wham! No, you're not going to take my car. Bam! But if one of the leaders doesn't want it, we could always give it away. And like I said, I'm not likely to use this. I don't need it for sew-offs because I never sew straight anyway. So something like this is not going to help me. It's just going to embarrass me further. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, but I'd be happy to give this away. Again, better to be put into use than to collect dust, right? As I get closer and closer and closer to retirement, I'm going to be giving a lot of my things away so that others can put it into use. You'll kind of watch for that. All right. What else do we have? Oh, this little doodad over here. Let me get this Diet Coke out first. Okay. So this little doodad right here, Jenny had ventured a guess and said, is it a snap setting tool or something like that? Is it a snap setting tool? It's almost like a secret agent type device that looks like a spool pin almost, doesn't it? Looks like a spool pin, but it's designed to hold one of two things. It really was designed for putting needles. You know how they used to wrap the cloth around the arm of the machine, and then they would stick all their needles up there when they were pinning things together and they were stitching things off and such. Now, instead of sticking needles and scratching your machine up, you could always put needles or pins in here, either one. And right now there's little pins. If I take this cap off right here, see, I've taken that little cap off and I pour it in the hand. I've got these tiny little pins that are concealed inside of there. I'm probably going to get a call from TSA thanking me for showing this, because maybe someone would try smuggling something bad through airport security. I doubt it. I'm just being silly. But yeah, you would never guess that concealed inside of here are all of these pins for sewing. But you could just as easily, you could put needles in there. You could put a variety of other things like that in there as well. And again, if anyone in the live stream, first and foremost, right of refusal to the leaders that support these live streams and take care of the family. If any of my leaders want this gadget for hiding stuff in, I don't think you could fit Tic Tacs in here. Tic Tacs are they might be a little bit too big. I don't know. Maybe you could. You could put about 5 or 6 or 7, maybe 8 of those Tic Tacs in there and carry them in your purse or your pocket or something like that to snack on through the day. But yeah, I'd be happy to give this away as well. I'll offer it to the leaders first. If they don't want it, then they can put their heads together over the next week, 2 weeks, whatever, and they can come up with a contest where someone could win this, because it's the first one of these I've ever seen. And as smart as all of you are, including Jenny, no one got it right as far as what this is. Yeah. So at any rate, it's fun to give stuff away, I think, anyway. All right. What else? Let's move into the machine now. Let's move into the machine at last. The machines, I should say. Let's move into the machines at last. Just going to double check that we're set on zigzag. Yep. Set on zigzag. Oh, no, I'm not set on zigzag. I'm set on blind hem stitch. Good thing I checked. So I'm going to change this from blind hem back to zigzag. There we go. And these machines are going to be the same way as I've shown you on the green Swedish Beauties. When you're wanting to change the cam selection, always make sure that you zero out the stitch width. In other words, if I'm going to change the cam selector on the back of the machine over here, on that little knob I showed you before, that little knob right there. Before I go to turn that knob, I want to take this down to 0. Because when I take it down to 0, it's going to retract that little finger so that that cam stack will turn properly without breaking something. So I got it on 0 right now, and I'll leave it on 0 anyway because we're going to start out with a straight stitch. I'm set right around on 4, it looks like. We'll do a straight stitch on a variety of different materials, and then we'll launch into some of the cam function type features of this machine as well. I think I already asked it. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But did I already ask what size motor do you think this machine has? It's probably up in the live chat somewhere and I just didn't see it. But if anyone guessed that it's a 1 amp motor, just like its nearly twin sister, the 19E Special, you would be absolutely correct. It's an original Swedish 1 amp motor, which is more than enough power to get the job done. More than enough power. Oh, I'm sorry. Kathy King was tossing a guess out there, and I was Mr. Big Mouth and gave the answer before I even acknowledged Kathy King's answer in the live chat. That's an excellent answer. A lot of the Swedish Beauties will come sometimes with motors that are, different than the 1.5 or the 1.0. Some of them do come with 0.9, 0.8, 0.75, etc. So that's a real good answer. But yeah, it's going to be a 1 amp, so it's going to be 0.4 of an amp larger than what Kathy King had tossed out there as far as a guess. So it's going to have more power than a 201-2. It's going to have more power than a 1591. It's going to have about 1/10 of an amp less power than, say, a FOF 332, just to give you a perspective of some of the machines out there. And you remember recently we had Tennille from the great state of Oregon that had that, I believe it was a FOF 130 that had an exterior motor that was 1.4 amps. Never had seen one before. So yeah, motors can change even within models. Within the same series, the motors sometimes are swapped out, just like we saw differences on these two 3010s in the body design, the body molding, the oiling points, etc. There can also be differences in the motor size as well when you go through different changes of production and different phases, etc. Okay, enough blah blah blahing. Why don't we start with? I'll start with some cotton, some good old cotton, and then we will go to the other. I'll let you pick what you'd like to see me sew next after that. And these do come with, I'll just show you, these do come with that beautiful, beautiful Swedish foot controller with the royal crest embossed on it right there. Kind of see that, I think. These are really, really nice for controlling speed, but just realize that they're not an electronic foot controller. So if you're sewing with a foot controller similar to this, and you're going to be trying to do a lot of slow sewing, a lot of controlled slow sewing, maybe you're doing free motion quilting or free motion embroidery, but you don't want to use the slow gear because it throws off your rhythm and your groove and stuff like that, then just realize that if you try to do a lot of slow sewing with a foot controller like this, it's going to start to heat up and get super hot. And if it has, some of these have capacitors, some of them don't. But if it has a capacitor and a resistor in it, and you're doing a lot of slow sewing, you're going to end up burning that foot controller out. So just realize that, and plan accordingly. Where you'll take additional breaks, you'll kind of monitor that foot controller. And if you're going to be doing a lot of slow sewing, but you don't want to use the slow gear that's built into this machine, then monitor that foot controller for temperature, because it's going to start to heat up and heat up and heat up. And the reason it heats up is the foot controller, again, on any sewing machine is the gateway for the electricity going to that machine. And as that electricity is being held back, almost like the dam on a waterway, as that dam is trying to hold that water back, the pressure builds up higher and higher and higher and higher. In here, that electricity backs up because you're not going fast enough to let that electricity flow from the foot controller into the motor and drive the machine. As it backs up, that electricity generates heat, and that heat starts to build up inside of the foot controller. And they can get, I mean, they can get the temperatures like on that one machine I showed you recently, over 150 degrees. I've seen foot controllers get as hot as 160 degrees. That's almost catching on fire temperature. You don't have to hit 220 boiling point for something to catch on fire. You're really at a fire risk when you get over, say, 120 degrees. So keep a close eye on that, because they can get super hot if you're trying to slow down the sewing too much over too long of a time. All right, so let's start with a good old-fashioned straight stitch. And like I always say, always launch with your take-up arm at the highest point so that you free up the mechanics of the machine. All right, first of all, a straight stitch, nothing fancy, just a good old straight stitch. Here we go. Just going to check everything's set on 0, on 4, center needle position. Here we go. Yeah. I sewed relatively straight. Something's going on. I don't know what happened there. Something's going on that I sewed relatively straight. All right, so I'll show you that straight stitch in just a little bit. Next, I want to do a zigzag next to it. And then we'll do the same thing on the other 3010 model. We'll do the same type of sew-offs on the other 3010. Now we'll lay down a zigzag. So I'm just going to take my stitch width control right here. I'm going to turn it from 0 to right around 3.5. I'm not going to go crazy. Right around 3.5. Turn this to right around 3.5. Our stitch length controller, 3.5. Stitch width, 3.5-ish. And now we'll do a zigzag going down this material. And again, if you've got one of these 3010s, make sure you have that cam selector on the back set on zigzag. Otherwise, as soon as you move that stitch width between 1 and 4, if you have it set on a blind hem, but you're wanting a zigzag, you ain't going to get one. You ain't going to get one, as my father would say. So make sure you have that cam selector on the back set on zigzag if you zigzag. All right, here goes a zigzag now with this 3010 model. Yeah, and that's not even max, and that's a beautiful large zigzag. I don't know if you can see that in the shot before I show it to you officially. Yeah, and I don't need this light on. I love the fact that if I want to shut this light off, I've got this, I've got an LED. I actually want to show that to you. I've got an LED in there right now, one of my high output LEDs. Before, it had a bulb like this. And we were talking about heat from a foot controller. If you have a bulb like this in any sewing machine, this can get hot enough to, I mean, literally burn you. And if it's got metal housing adjacent to it, that metal housing can get so hot, you actually, it's hot to the touch. So I always make it a point, unless the customer objects for some reason, which no one ever has, I always make it a point of replacing an incandescent bulb with a high output LED bulb. They're so much brighter and they generate so much less heat. And I wanted to show you the contrast. Let me push this up real quick. There was one thing I wanted to do. If you look at this machine right here that we're currently doing stitch offs on, if I turn that light on, look at the bed, look at the material over here, look at the brightness. That's with an LED bulb. Then if I go over to this other machine, I still have the incandescent bulb in there. I turn the light on. That's all you get. That compared to this. Quite a bit brighter. So I'll make it a point to open this one up as well. I'll take out this incandescent bulb also. And you can see it just has those two little fins on either side. And these not only work in Swedish machines, they'll work in any machine that has this type of pin setting that goes into that socket. I've replaced them on FOF machines, Swiss machines, German machines, Italian machines, everything under the sun. And these are they're just really, really heat makers, and they're not much in the way of light makers. So I just put this in and just kind of slide her in. Turn that on. Get ready to put your sunglasses on. Isn't that a difference? What a difference. What a difference as far as having an LED light in there versus the old style incandescent bulbs. All right, let's do a couple other stitches on this 100% cotton so we can check out all the stitches, and then we'll shift over to that other 3010 and see what we think of the stitching on there. And again, these are both 3010s, but they are from different production phases. The machines have been changed just slightly, and so they may present just a little bit differently. You never know. Oh, I didn't talk about setup either. Shame on me. The setup on these two machines, I've got them set up identically. The setup on these two machines today is going to surprise you a little bit, because I saw the last time in one of the live streams, Susie, right on the spot, came up with a great question. She said, I think it was, what is the thread that Scott uses most commonly? What type of thread does Scott use almost all the time? You can almost set your watch by it. And the answer was that general Coates and Clark type thread. I can actually show you what it looks like. That I get at Joann Fabrics, or as they like to call themselves now, because they're not just about fabric anymore. Now they're about everything craft related. I get this from Joann's on the weekend. Matter of fact, I'll probably go shopping at Joann's today because they have a buy 3, get 2 free. But to everyone's surprise, including my leadership team, I'm not using this type of thread today. I'm using something totally, totally different. And I'll show you what it is. I'm using some of this right here by the good folks at Gutermann thread. You don't have to say too much about Gutermann thread. Gutermann is a very well-respected thread. So I'm actually sewing with Gutermann thread today. I'm guessing it's probably pretty close to 40 weight as far as the strength of the thread. And it's not cotton thread like we used on that Montgomery Ward recently, that Montgomery Ward that I turned with my finger. This is 100% polyester. 100% polyester. Gutermann, it's still kind of a basic thread. It's not anything super fancy, but I like the spool. The spool's a lot of fun. I remember when I got one of these for the first time, again, sometimes a teacher, always a student, and I'm trying to figure out how in heaven's name do you get that little thread started so you can set up something and use it on the machine. I don't remember how I found out, but I finally realized you had to turn this little end, and then all of a sudden that little thread tip pops out, and then you can pull that thread free and set it up on the machine. But yeah, I don't think I sat there for a real long time. I figured it out somehow, but it is a little bit of a mystery, isn't it? When you get one of these spools of thread for the first time and you're going, how the heck where's the thread? Where's the starting point so I can use this? And all of a sudden you realize that little sucker twists. Yeah. I don't know if anyone ever experienced that. Maybe it's only me. And the needle that we're using today is also different. I don't want to be so predictable that people always know what I'm going to do. Even my leadership team, I want to sometimes surprise them a little bit. So I'm doing that by using this Gutermann thread, 100% polyester. And I'm also using, no surprise to our friends at Schmetz that follow us on Facebook and follow us on YouTube, I love Schmetz, and I'm not just saying that because they follow us, but I usually use a 90-14 needle, right? 9014 is my go-to needle almost all the time. Today I'm using a size 100/16, 100/16, 100/16. And our dear friend Sonny, that recently passed away, called that a harpoon needle. So I am sewing with a harpoon needle today and using Gutermann thread. I'm just totally mixing it up and keeping it real. You know what I mean? So now it's going to be harder for people to kind of box me in and say, oh yeah, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He's messing with us. He's totally messing with us. And this is, I'll just show this to you real quick for fun. This is the thread that it's a polyester thread as well that was with these machines when Barbara sent them to the workshop. And thread does age, and especially if it's near UV or anything like that, it reaches its expiration date. And this thread, while it generally looks like it's pretty good, I always make it a point of using fresh thread on a machine whenever I'm going to present it. Even if that bobbin has just been wound by the owner, I'm going to put fresh thread on that bobbin. And so I'm not going to use this stuff. I'll send this back with Barbara. But can you imagine 1,000 yards? 1,000 yards on this thread. 1,000 yards. That's like 4 times the size of the average spool of thread these days. 4 times. I mean, they were serious about, we want to give you enough thread so you can do any size project and you're not going to run out. You're not going to run out. No way. But just look at these. This is a standard one right there. Look at those two side by side. It's like David and Goliath from the thread world. Crazy, 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 crazy. That's wild. But yeah, that's our setup today. It's different, isn't it? It's different. We're using Gutermann thread. We're using a size 100/16 needle, a harpoon needle, as Sonny would have called it. A harpoon needle. All right. Almost there. All right, now let's lay down another stitch on here. We've got some other choices. Let's lay down next to this zigzag. Let's lay down. Do you want to see a 3-point zigzag stretch stitch, or do you want to see a blind hem stitch first? Because I've already done the zigzag, which is the other setting on the back. Do you want to see a blind hem, or do you want to see a 3-point zigzag stretch stitch? I'll let y'all pick. Y'all can pick. And Christine from Canada is first out of the. And Christine said, let's do a blind hem. Yeah, let's do a blind hem. Absolutely. Let's do a blind hem. Oh, and good morning as well to Outboard Tinker. I noticed that they well. And if anyone else has popped in to the live stream while I wasn't looking, I'm not ignoring you. I just don't look at the live chat very much because Christine and Susie are in charge and they kind of take care of things. They monitor things. So I know that they said hello. So if I somehow miss you, it's not on purpose. Okay. All right. All right. Let's do a blind hem on this now. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to take my, I talked about this. I'm going to take my stitch width and I'm going to zero it out. Take it all the way down to 0 so that little reader finger retracts. Okay? Onto the back of the machine. Go around to the back of the machine. And now I need to look at this stitch selector right here. And I've got to decide which way. You're only going to want to turn it this way. Which way do I need to turn it to get that blind hem? It looks like I have to turn it back this way. So I'm going to push it in just slightly and then give it a turn. It's that easy. You see now we're on blind hem where that little white dot is. Hopefully you can see that. I can't see the laptop from here, so hopefully you can see what I'm wanting you to see. Okay, so now we're on blind hem, but we have to make a couple of little adjustments. I always say we have to make some adjustments because I don't want this huge elongated blind hem stitch. I want it to be a little bit more compact. So what I'm going to do on this 3010 is I'm going to take that stitch length right here and I'm going to turn it down quite a ways. Probably to almost like 1.5, 1. Why don't we do 1 1/4? I'm gonna turn it all the way to 1 1/4 right there. I want it to compact that and define that stitch colony strip a little bit better. If I put it all the way up on 3 or 4, it's going to elongate it too much. We're not going to really be able to look at that stitch and admire it. So I'll turn it right to there. Then I'm going to take my stitch width, and I get to decide how wide do I want that. I'm going to go for the max. I'm going to go all the way to 4. So I've set this stitch width on 4. I set the stitch length right about on 1.25. And now we're going to do that blind hem stitch for Christine from Canada, from the great country of Canada. All right, let me get that fixed here. All right, let's do that blind hem. And again, always just take a second, make sure your take-up arm is at the highest position. And it's just beginning that downstroke. See that? That way the machine mechanics are nice and freed up, and you're not going to get any binding or any delay. All right, angle that down a little bit more. All right, let's do a blind hem stitch. Check all my settings. They look good. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's a beautiful blind hem. And we got some real good tension balance as well. We kind of look at those real quick. Now let's do that 3-point zigzag. It's kind of a stretch stitch is what it's most commonly called. I'm sure there's a more proper name for it, according to the folks over in Sweden. But you all know that I make up my names on stitches all the time. And most of you have joined me in that demented journey of saying, we don't want to call it what they call it. We want to call it something else. We want to call it something else totally. Why not? We can call it whatever we want to call it. All right, let's get that back in place. And then we'll look at all these stitches, and then we'll jump over to the other machine and duplicate the same process. All right, so now I'm going to zero out my stitch width so that finger retracts. Now I can go to the back, and I can adjust that stitch selector. Got to go this way. Almost got it. All right, I think that's 3-point zigzag stretch stitch now. 3-point zigzag stretch stitch. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the machine, and I got to remember to take that stitch width back to 4 or 3 or wherever. Otherwise, all I'm going to get is a straight stitch, a very short straight stitch. All right, so let's lay down that 3-point zigzag now. Kind of a 3-point stretch zigzag stitch. All right, take up arms all the way up, pretty much. There we go. All right, and this is one of my favorite stitches. I think some of you all know that. One of my favorite. Yeah, that's a fun one too, isn't it? I like that one. And again, if we made that stitch length even shorter, we could probably define it even better. But some beautiful stitching on the part of this 3010, the straight stitch, the zigzag, the blind hem, and then the 3-point zigzag stretch thingy, what-do-you-call-y. Yeah, kind of fun, isn't it? Yeah, so let's take a look at these now. I'll take this out, and then we'll look at that, all the sew-offs front and back, and then we'll move over to that other machine. We're going to be moving back and forth a couple times during this live stream today, because I want to be able to demonstrate these two sisters in the same live stream instead of doing 2 separate live streams. All right, so let's take a look at these. Here's our top stitching. Kind of hold that out to the camera. And if you look at that straight stitch on the far left, imagine 1 inch. Imagine 1 inch, and you're going to see that there are five stitches within a 1 inch span. Whereas most of the machines that are made by Singer are going to generate 6 stitches per inch. So here you're going to get a slightly more robust stitch than you would on a Singer sewing machine. Slightly more robust. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Wow. I'm kind of tilting this a little bit to make it look like I sewed straighter, but I actually didn't do bad this time. And if we turn it over, look at that lock stitch. This is our lock stitch on the back now. And also we've got gorgeous stitching here as well. Beautiful stitching. Lock stitch. And top stitch. And as I'm looking at this with some scrutiny, I always say we can make things better, right? We shouldn't be happy with mediocrity. We shouldn't even be happy with excellence, because excellence can be extraordinary excellence or off the charts excellence. But here's, I'm looking at 100% cotton with a stiffener. We could make that lock stitch even better. Here's our top stitch. We can make that lock stitch even better by increasing that upper tension just a little bit. And there's going to be a default on these 3010s. It's going to be a little red dot. I'll show it to you with the camera if I can. It's going to be a little red dot right about there. And the red dot is supposed to be the sweet spot. That's the even point on the machine as far as upper tension. But as a machine ages and the spring controls in the upper tension get a little bit more elasticity, yes, metal does stretch out over time. You might have to bump that upper tension up just a slight bit higher than that sweet spot to get the desired results, depending on what you're sewing. So don't be stuck on the red dot. Don't say, I can't move away from the red dot. You might have to, depending on the condition, the age of the parts of your machine, particularly the upper tension. Okay. So right now we're on the red dot. We're going to give that a go. Just like if we, once I'm done with the machines, I'll show you the presser foot pressure on the inside. I'm reluctant to do it right now because the threading goes through the faceplate. And if I open it up, I'm going to throw the thread maybe out of alignment or something like that. But it's a unique presser foot design as well that I'd like to show you as well. So some great results on 100% cotton on this 3010. Let's move to the other one now. I'll set this right over here by the other sew-offs that I've already done. I've already done saddle grade leather. I've already done protected full grain leather. Again, these leathers are used by a private company to reupholster the seats in private jets, in Lear jets, is where this stuff comes from. There's more saddle grade right there. All right, let's move over to that other 3010 right now. See if I can get over there. I'm going to shut my little light off, I think, so it doesn't goof around with the camera as much. All right, there's our other 3010 right there. Boy, I'm getting slammed on Facebook. I think that's Facebook right there. Jolly Ranchers. I had the same sew-off prepared somewhere. There it is. There it is. That leather tends to molt on this just a little bit. So I'm going to get this back into position. We'll start with a straight stitch. We'll follow the same pattern we did on the other 3010. So I've got to make sure my stitch width is down to 0. This is going to be set right around, I think we did 3.5 on the other one. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Good. All right. Let me check. I think I just got a text message. Yeah, they do have a. I had pointed that out. A great question from great question that came by way of Susie from Minnesota, one of my leaders. Of drop feed, the answer is yes. And I had shown that. I you over the machine just briefly. This is going to be your drop feed right here. This little button. You're going to push it in, and when you push this little white button in, the feed dogs are going to drop. And then when you push it again and the button pops back out, the feed dogs will pop back up again. And that's the same on both of these 3010s. This little white button is your drop feed control right here, right there. Same thing on this one. So yeah, definitely has drop feed. Absolutely. Great question. Great question. All right, move that stuff over, get the camera over there, give myself hopefully enough room. And again, I'll see if the video is clear with the light off or the light on. That's the light off. That's the light on. It might not make a big difference, but we'll go ahead and give that a try. And I've got to remember to use the right foot controller. See underneath my little workspace right now, I've got two foot controllers. And why did I put a weight on this one? So that I consciously am thinking the weight is on the right, the non-weight is on the left. But I got to remember I've got these 2 foot controllers and that I press the correct one at the correct time. All right, let's do a straight stitch first on this other 3010, and we'll see what we think of this one. And you can see as well, this 3010 right now is set on the default as well. The little red dot this is for our upper tension. So both machines right now are on the default, but don't feel stuck there if you're sewing a material and you can't get good stitch tension balance. You can move outside the boundaries of that little red dot. Don't be afraid to do that, okay? All right, let's do a straight stitch, and we'll kind of run down the same little bank of stitches that we did on the other machine as best as we can, okay? All right, straight stitch first. Take up arms all the way up, yes. All right, here we go. There's our straight stitch. Yeah, very, very nice. That's our straight stitch right there. Now we'll go on to a zigzag, I think we did next. Go on to a zigzag. And I didn't specifically talk about it, but as far as the setup of the machine, I'll see if I can remember to show you the threading. The threading is pretty straightforward on these, although it's a little bit unusual because we're used to when we thread a sewing machine off the top, we're generally going to be threading from right to left as we go through the different thread points, ultimately getting down to the needle. On these model 3010s and their other equivalents, again, they started with a 1000 series, 2000 series, and then they finally got to these 3010s, 3020s, etc. I think there's also a 3030 as well in the 3000 series of these machines. They set them up so you're actually threading from right. You're not threading from right to left. You're threading from left to right. And don't get confused. Don't get concerned. I'll try to remember to show you what that looks like on these machines. Alex, these are so sharp. I love these clips, man. These are great clips. Thank you again to Alex and his wife for these clips. And I believe the needles that I'm using are from Susie from Minnesota. I'm like 90% sure. Y'all are so kind to me, so generous. All right, let me get that take-up arm all the way up. Now we're going to do a zigzag. So I'm not going to insult your intelligence. I'm going to take the stitch width right over here. I'm going to go from 0 to right around, I think we did around 3.5, didn't we? Maybe we did 3.5, I think. I think we did 3.5 on the other, didn't we? Something like that. Yeah. And then we adjusted this to, yeah, right around 3, right around where I have it. Trying to remember, where do we, it's been a week. It's been a crazy, crazy week with all the live streams and everything. Does anyone remember when I showed you the other one on the other machine? I want to try to duplicate it exactly. on the straight stitch and zigzag, straight stitch, I pretty much know where we were at. On the zigzag, did we do a 3.5 by 3.5, something like that on the zigzag? I'm pretty sure we did. Pretty sure that we did. I'll look at the live chat, see if anybody remembers. Otherwise, we'll get as close as we can get. So it was like right about a 3.5 by 3.5, something like that. And the outboard tinker is sharing his tinkering knowledge, his or her knowledge, on outboard motors, I believe, right now. So, all right, I'm not seeing any responses as far as the settings, so I'm just going to set it as close as I can to what we did on the other 3010, so we can try to duplicate things as closely as possible. All right, so let's do a zigzag. Do a zigzag now. We'll do about 3.5 by 3.5, something like that. 3.75. All right, here we go. Zigzag down there. I'm going to turn that light on, see if that makes a big difference. Probably not. All right. Zigzag, and then we'll move into the blind hem stitch next, just like we did on the other machine. Move on to the blind hem stitch now. I'll show you what we've done so far. It's kind of shadowed there, doesn't it? Let's kind of bring it up a little bit. There we go. Nice, really nice stitching. These 3010s stitch very, very nicely. All right, let me shut that light off again. Now we'll move into, I believe, a blind hem is what we did. Yep, blind hem is next. And then the last stitch we'll do is the 3-point zigzag stretch stitch. So on the back of this 3010, I'm going to do the same thing. First of all, I need to zero out the stitch width so that that reader finger for the cam stack retracts. We don't want to bend that by forcing the cam stack to turn. And around the back, I'm going to do the same thing I did before. And I'm going to rotate that cam adjuster over to the blind hem stitch, over to the blind hem. Now I'm going to make a couple adjustments here. I'm going to take that stitch length and make it considerably shorter. Take it all the way down to, you know, probably like about 1.5, something like that. And we'll do 1.25. I think that's what we did on the other one, 1.25. And then we'll take the stitch width and we'll crank it all the way up to 4. Yep. All right, let's do that blind hem stitch now on this other 3010 for Barbara. And we'll see what we think of this one. Take up arm all the way up. There we go. That's our blind hem stitch. And then we're going to do our 3-point zigzag last. And I'll wait and show you that, the stitches, until we get to that final. Get that back into place. So again, never forget when you go to that next stitch, that's part of that cam stack. Always take time to zero out your stitch width. Take it all the way down to 0. And now I'm going to adjust that cam stack on the back over to the 3-point zigzag stretch stitch. There we go. All right, so now we're on that 3-point zigzag, and we'll leave everything else the same, other than remembering again to turn your stitch width back to somewhere between 1 and 4. Don't forget to do that, or you're only going to get a straight stitch, even if you change that cam stack adjuster on the back. And we'll use we'll leave the stitch length at about 1.25. I think that's what we did on the other machine, and we'll do this final stitch before we look at them. Take up arm all the way up. All right, let's do this last stitch. All right, let me try to get the correct lighting. Make sure we have some good lighting here so you can see this. It's gonna be our top stitching. Go like this to make it look like it's straight, but I didn't do so great of a job in sewing straight on this one. I did better on the first 30-10. There we go. Beautiful straight stitching. Again, 5 stitches per inch on the largest setting for that straight stitch. Then we did that zigzag. We didn't do it to the max. We got pretty close. Then we did that blind hem stitch like we did on the other 30-10. And then finally we did that stretch 3-point zigzag on that bottom row there. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Definitely page 34. Now we'll turn it over, look at that lock stitch. And again, right now we're set on that default on the tension. We'll see if it continues to perform well. We might have to make some adjustments since we're going to be sewing through a wide field of different materials. There's our lock stitch. Beautiful lock stitching. Straight stitch, zigzag, blind hem, and then also that stretch stitch as well, that 3-point zigzag down there below. Again, one of my favorite stitches. And again, nothing extraordinary. I mean, the stitching is extraordinarily beautiful, but we're just sewing cotton right now. We'll be moving around to some other materials shortly. So a great job by both of these 30-10s in the cotton sew off for this one to begin with, and then this one secondly over here. I'll throw this like right around in the middle so I can keep track of them, hopefully. Now let's go back to this other 30-10. And now I want to involve you. I want to involve all of you in choosing what we're going to sew next on this 30-10 over here. So we've got a couple of choices to make as far as options. We got protected full grain leather. This blue stuff right here that they use on the seats of the luxury jets for private jets. So we've got protected full grain. We've got saddle grade leather. We've got more protected full grain, but I like to save this until the end if it's okay. I like to do this as kind of a sewing around in a circle thing that we might try to do on this machine as well. I've got the same little circle I cut out for the other 30-10 as well. So I'm going to take that out of the equation. Then I've got some of this, let me make sure I'm getting this right. Got some of this Italian leather. I've got 2 layers of this Italian leather. And this is also used in luxury cars, luxury yachts, and also luxury private jets. Italian leather is really a beautiful, desired leather product when it comes to different luxury vehicles, different luxury items. It's durable, it's beautiful, and just lovely stuff, lovely stuff. So Italian leather, I got 2 layers of that we can potentially do. And then I've got something I haven't shown a lot of recently. I've got this veg tan leather, and what I'm planning on doing is kind of sewing around the edges on this to show that you can control and you can harness that 1 amp Swedish motor that's on this 30-10. You can harness that power. Then I've got heavy genuine denim. This is actually it's kind of that annoying denim that I really don't like very much. It's that stretch denim. See that? It's almost like the bubblegum material. I'm not a big fan of this stuff, but I got a bunch of it, so I figured I'll use it. Use it, get through it, and then I'll get some good old-fashioned denim like you would use on a farm. But this is that stretch stuff that a lot of the young people and not so young people, they like it as well because it kind of form fits your body, and it's in some cases it's a little bit more comfortable maybe than some other denims, maybe not. But yeah, it's got a lot of got vinyl in it. That's why it's stretching like that. It's got some vinyl built into it as well. So I've got this as well. Bubblegum material, also kind of stretchy like that other stuff. Then I've got some velvet. Got some velvet like you would use around the holidays, Christmas time. Velvet as well. And then I've got some satin as well. I've got satin that we can also sew. So I'll go over it again real quick. Satin, velvet, bubblegum material, denim, vegetable tan leather, veg tan leather, Italian leather, saddle grade leather, and protected full grain leather. And then I'll do this one. Like I said, I'll do this one last because it's kind of my little fun sewing a circle. I'm 9 years old and I'm not ashamed of it sort of thing at the end. And then we already did, obviously, 100% cotton. This Swedish Beauty did just a gorgeous job with that. So what do y'all think? I'll look at the live chat. I'll grab a quick sip of soda and see what y'all are thinking. Yeah, exactly. So Susie is wanting to see, it looks like Susie is saying, let's do that stretchy vinyl-based denim. And Christine is cute as a bug's ear. She's saying, yeah, let's sew satin with a harpoon needle. But you know what? Sunny would appreciate it. So we're going to sew satin with a harpoon needle just so that Sunny grins from heaven. And she says, yeah, that's what Scott and the Cow Country family do. They always color outside of the lines. They always color outside of the lines and do stuff that everyone says, that's nuts. Why would you do that? That's crazy. Why would you even do that? Why would you sew something like satin or silk or even this velvet? Why the heck would you do that with a harpoon needle? We can. Because we can. And that's why we do it. So I'll pull out the denim. I think we'll do denim first. That seemed to be what I think it was Susie wanted that. And Outboard Tinker is asking what year are these machines? What year are these machines made? Does anyone want to do some Googling real quick and see if you can get an answer to that? But I'll tell you, you're not going to be able to look it up by serial number. And even if you go to the official Husqvarna Viking site, where they show their starting roots as a drilling and grinding plant back in the 1600s, and then they take you all the way through the most contemporary machines, and they cover a number of vintage machines along the way, they do not touch on the 1000 series, 2000 series, or the 3000 series that we're looking at right here. They don't even touch on it. And the only person that I saw that has a video on the 3000 series is me. And I did it 6 years ago on the 3000 series. So these are forgotten. They're off the radar and they're really hard to zero in on sometimes. But I would throw them in. Oh, you know what I'm not going to say? I'll tell you where I would date them approximately, but I want to see what all of you come up with. See what you come up with for our friend, the Outboard Tinker, as far as the potential dating of these machines. And I'm going to wipe off my glasses too. All right, so let's do denim first. So we've got a choice here. This is not regular denim. I wish it were. I wish I had regular denim. I'm not a fan of this vinyl-based denim, this stretchy. But I'm willing to roll the dice on here. Should we do 2 layers, 4 layers, or 6 layers? 2, 4, or 6 layers? What do y'all think? 2, 4, or 6? 2, 4, or 6. And we'll do the same thing on the other machine. Get those both set up in the same way. 2, 4, or 6. 2, 4, or 6. And again, we have a 1 amp Swedish motor that's got a lot of power. Oh, welcome to Kevin H. Kevin H. Welcome to Kevin H. I don't know that I've seen that name before, but if you've been here before, please forgive me. The leadership team kind of takes care of the live chat and everything. I don't see everything. I don't see much of anything when I'm busy over here. But welcome to Kevin H. if you are new or fairly new. Yeah. So Kevin H. is new. So I'm not as bad off as I usually am. And, usually Susie or Christine or someone else will send me a text message and say, no, they're not new. They've been here a couple of times or something like that. But Kevin H. is new. And again, no pressure. But if you want to share where you're from, if you haven't done so already, let us know where you're from, what state, what country, what province. Yeah, it's always fun to meet new folks and kind of know where they're from, where their neck of the woods is, right? Where their neck of the woods is. Now, you ladies are giving me a hard time here, and so is Kevin H. Kevin H is saying, let's do 4, buddy. Jenny is saying, let's do 2. Christine from Canada, my rebel girl from Canada is saying, let's do 6, man. Let's rock it at 6, baby. Let's rock it at 6. Yeah, let's do it. Do it. And let's see. Good gravy. So yeah, we had 2, 4, and 6. So I'm going to meet in the middle. Since we had a vote for 2, we had a vote for 6. Let's meet in the middle and start with 4. Let's start with 4. That's 4 right there. Yep, that's 4. Let me angle this down a little bit more. That's 4. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold one of the edges in, and I'm going to do 6 afterwards. So we'll start with 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll fold one of these edges in and do 6 after. All right, let's get her set up right around there. And this would be a real good time to show you how to adjust presser foot pressure. And I'm going to roll the dice. I hope I don't break the thread, misalign it, or do something else goofy. I'm going to raise my presser foot one more time. I might as well show this to you now. It's going to be exactly the same on both of these 3010s. Exactly the same. I'm going to open this faceplate up very carefully. But you notice the thread is threaded through this tension or take-up spring right here. So I've got to be really, really careful that I don't screw something up. Open it really, really slow, really, really slow, really, really slow. There we go. I'm at the max. Okay, so as we look into this faceplate area, again, I'm going to be a rebel and resolute. I'm going to be a resolute rebel. And say that I will not call these a nose plate. Isn't that what some of these folks are calling them now? Even my dear friend Andy Tube that sends me customers and sent me customers when he was unwell because of his cancer and his COVID and everything. Andy Tube calls this a nose plate too, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't look like a nose to me, but whatever. But this faceplate, as we open it up, we look at this bright red little control right here, this little knob, this little doohickey thing right here. And what that sucker is going to do is that's going to be our quick release. So if we have something that we want to fit underneath that presser foot and it is crazy, crazy, crazy thick. And we don't have on these machines, we don't have on these 3010s, we don't have a hyperextension on the presser foot lever. That's where on some of the levers you can lift it up into its normal position, and then you can push it up further outside of the normal boundaries to get more clearance underneath that presser foot. These 3010s and most of the Husqvarnas don't have that hyperextension. They don't have it. But what they have instead is, well, I should say what some of them have instead, not all of them, have something called a quick release. On these, it's going to be this little red slider that we can take away all the presser foot pressure, so we can force that presser foot up outside of its normal boundaries to fit something super thick underneath the presser foot. And we do that by pushing it to the side like this. Almost got it. I'm really close. There we go. A pressure on it so it doesn't pop very easily. But I pushed it to the side and then it popped up. If you didn't see that, I'll put it back into position again. Pushing it down and to the rear. You kind of push it down. I got to hold onto the machine, push it down into the rear. It's locked back in place right now. So we have presser foot pressure. And then I can push it to the left and kind of down, and it pops up. And right now we have no presser foot pressure. And I can prove that by showing you the presser foot down here. If you can see that right there. You see that right there. I can grab this presser foot bar and I can push it up to a ridiculous height like this. See that? Look at that clearance when I push it all the way up. So that's a cheater's way. That's a cheater's way of increasing the clearance underneath your presser foot. If you've got a super thick quilt, if you've got something else with multiple layers and your normal clearance is not enough, you can release the presser foot pressure temporarily and you can push that up about as high as you want to go. And then when you're ready to re-engage it so you have normal presser foot pressure based on your setting right here, this little dial right here, you can see right now we're set on right about 3, I think it is. Yeah, we're set on almost right around 3 is kind of our sweet spot for presser foot pressure. If we want to dial it up higher, we turn it clockwise and we can go all the way up. Let's see, we're on 3. We can go all the way up to 5 or 6. We go all the way up to 6. And that's going to be our maximum presser foot pressure on this machine. But I'm going to dial it back to right around 4 right now. Dial it back to about 4 so that we're ready to accommodate some of the leathers and stuff that we're going to be sewing. And then I have to remember to re-engage this quick release. Otherwise, I can turn this dial to anything I want. I can turn it all the way up to 6. But if I forget to re-engage this quick release, I'm not going to have any presser foot pressure. Doesn't matter what this says. So I push it back down and then I push it to the rear. So down and then to the rear to make sure that it's engaged. Disengaged and engaged. Now I have presser foot pressure again. And again, I was set on 3. I just bumped it up to 4 to give us a little bit more latitude with some of the heavier sew-offs. Okay? So quick release lets you cheat, push that presser foot way up to get something super thick in, and then you push it down and to the rear to re-engage it again. And then you can adjust this little dial here anywhere from 1 all the way up to 6. We're on 4 right now. All right, so as I'm closing this, I'm going to make sure I kind of pull that thread a little bit so I don't get anything snagged up or caught or anything like that. Raise my presser foot, kind of draw this, and then close this little door as I'm kind of drawing the thread. There we go. It should be good to go. Hopefully I didn't screw anything up. I don't think I did. So that is how you adjust presser foot pressure. This is actually kind of nice that you can open the faceplate On some machines, you have to actually take the faceplate off to make adjustments to the presser foot pressure. Or like with some of the FOF machines, you got to take the top off, and then you need a screwdriver to turn that presser foot screw down to increase or decrease. So the Swedish have made it convenient, apart from the fact that you thread through the faceplate. That's a little bit awkward. You have to be careful, but still it's a lot more convenient than some machines. Okay, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to do a zigzag down this material. It's easier to see it. And then we'll jump into, we'll start with 4 layers, then we'll go to 6. And I'm going to do a 3 by, let's see here. I'm going to do about a 3 by 3, I think, going through this much denim. So I won't be at the max. Max would be 4. Max would be 4. I'm going to go ahead and do, tell you what, I'll do a 3 1/4. I'll do a 3 1/4 by 3 1/4-ish. Right about there. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we get. See what we get and don't throw a fit, as they say, right? Hopefully that's a pretty good angle. You know what? Our angle would be even better. Let me move my sew-offs out of the way a little bit. See if this gives us a better angle. This might give us a little bit better angle from the front. Is it better like that? Maybe like that. Maybe that's the best angle right there. Yeah, I think that's probably the best angle right there, as far as I can see. Okay. So again, I've got this stretchy denim. It's got vinyl in it. I'm going to start with 4 layers. We'll lay down a zigzag, and then I'll fold it over, and we'll do 6 layers. We'll look at the stitching kind of as we go. So presser foot is down. Again, we bumped it up from 3 to 4 inside of the faceplate. So we got a little bit more pressure down now as we're going after these 6 layers of heavy grade denim. 6 layers of heavy grade denim. All right, get my take-up arm all the way up. And yes, we are sewing with a harpoon needle today in honor of our dear friend Sunny. All right, here we go. 4 layers, then we'll bump it up to 6. Let me actually back this up a little bit more. There we go. All right, here we go. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? This is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. You know what I forgot to do? The last stitch we did was the 3-point zigzag, the stretch stitch. I forgot to change the cam stack back to a zigzag. So we just laid down a 3-point zigzag stretch stitch instead of what I wanted to lay down. I guess that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. So we'll stick with a 3-point zigzag, I guess, and just go with that. That was not my intent, but that's what we got. That's what we got. All right. Let me cut the thread, and then we'll go to a 6-layer 3-point zigzag stretch stitch on this heavy grade stretchy denim stuff. Like I said, it's been a very long week. Any of you that follow what I do, you know that we've done a lot of live streams. And as you might have seen at the beginning of this one, there's a lot of prep. There's a lot of prep I have to do in getting ready for a live stream. There really is. All right. So pretend that this is a zigzag. It's not. This is the 3-point zigzag we just laid down. That's our top stitch. That's our top stitch. Let me turn it like this, get a little bit closer. Beautiful stitching. Lock stitch. Just turned it over, show you that lock stitch. And here again, if we were going to be sewing this stretchy denim all day long, our lock stitch has a little bit more definition than our top stitch. Our top stitch looks good, looks quite good, but we could make it even sharper if we were to back off that upper tension out of that sweet spot setting with that red dot just slightly, to give that top stitch the same amount of definition as you're seeing on this lock stitch right here. It's a little bit more poppy, a little bit more poppy. And again, this is our initial sew off of 4 layers. Now we're going to bump it up to 6. So again, as you're looking at this lock stitch, it's going to have greater clarity, greater definition than the top stitch. The way we can give it a little bit less, but not lose its clarity, is by backing off that upper tension. And that's going to give that lock stitch a little bit less pull and a little bit more definition to the top stitch, which still looks really good, but we can make it better. We can make it just a little bit better. Right now, we're looking at that top stitch again. Very good looking, but at Cow Country, as part of the Cow Country family, we're always raising the bar. We're always raising the bar. Top stitch, lock stitch. Beautiful stitching. All right, let's make it more difficult now. And we won't change. We could change the stitch. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do what I intended to do in the first place? Everything else will leave the same. So we'll start with a stretch stitch on the other machine as well when we get over there. And but in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to do 6 layers now, the actual zigzag. So if you want to know what 6 layers of denim looks like, there's our 4 layers over here. This is our 6 layers up here. If you don't consider that thick, then I bow to you, because 6 layers of denim like this, that's a serious sew off. It truly is. That's a serious sew off. All right, let's check this out now. And I'll make that cam adjustment on the back so we can actually lay down a zigzag, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. Okay, it's like that. I got to get this orientated right. Let me just make sure that I'm not crazy here. Oh, you know what? I am crazy. I am crazy. Do you know why I'm crazy? Because if I have 4 layers, let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not good at math. Most of you know I am not a math genius. I'm not a math genius. If I fold this over like that, because I don't have any other way of doing it because of the way the material's set up, I'm not going to have 6 layers. I'm going to have 8 layers. We're going to be doing 8 layers of heavy stretch vinyl, blah, 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 denim instead of 6. So I think it was Christine from Canada said, Scott, buddy, let's do 6. Let's rock it, man. Let's rock it. Christine from Canada, we're going to step up one above you, my dear, and we're going to do 8 instead of 6. 8 layers of vinyl-based denim. Yeah, I'll get my math down eventually, but probably not anytime soon. All right, so I'm folding that over. That's 8 layers of denim, not 6. All right, let me see if I can get underneath the presser foot. Hopefully. Otherwise, we might have to use that cheater's approach. And I think we will. It's going to be really, really tight. Really, really tight. I don't know that we can get it underneath there. Let's see if I can. I can't. So what I've got to do then is I got to apply my principle, carefully open the faceplate, release my presser foot pressure, raise that up manually to get that material underneath the presser foot, lower it back down. That is really tight. Oh my gosh, that's tight. But I got it underneath there by doing the bypass over here. Now I'm going to push this back down into the rear so that we have presser foot pressure. Now, sewing at this level with 8 layers of heavy grade denim, vinyl based, it's going to compress that zigzag just a little bit, probably a lot. Let me push this back down to the rear. Almost got it. Oh, there we go. Okay, got that in place. Carefully draw my thread back. Raise that presser foot lever, draw that. See how this is loosey-goosey right now, this thread? I raise my pressure foot. I'm going to try to snug up a little bit as I'm closing that faceplate again so I don't get it caught in there. That requires a little bit of navigation, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Okay, now we're not done yet. Now we need to go over here and we need to zero out. First of all, I want to look at the settings. So we're looking at about 3¼ by 3¼ 3¼ here on stitch length, 3¼ here, but I got to take this to 0 so I can adjust that cam stack in the back. Remember, you got to zero it out so you can move that cam stack without breaking something, so that that finger that reads the bumps is retracted. When I take it to 0, that finger goes like that, goes back, so that it's not going to be affected when I adjust it. Now we're going to actually do a zigzag, hopefully. Almost got it. Okay, I think I have it in place. I might have it in place. Yes. Okay, so now we have a regular zigzag set up, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. We have a regular zigzag. We're going to be trying to go through Insanity. We're going to be trying to go through Insanity with 8 layers of heavy grade denim that has a vinyl base to it. Remember, I showed you how stretchy it is? Going through this much denim by itself is a challenge. When we apply the vinyl factor to it, there's a huge opportunity for us to have skip stitching. We'll see what happens. I didn't test this off camera. Did not test it off camera. So I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're okay on the needle because it's a harpoon needle, but let's see what happens. All right, here we go. A little bit nervous. Angle that down a little bit more. 8 layers of heavy grade denim, vinyl based. Vinyl based. Woo! Yes, I'm always pushing the limits. I'm always pushing the limits on these machines. Okay. Same settings as before for the stretch 3-point zigzag we laid down on 4 layers. Now we're doubling it and going from 4 layers to 8 layers. All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed. Keep your fingers and toes crossed. Here we go. Get that needle all the way up. There we go. Boy, that was really hard. That was so difficult. I didn't know if we were going to make it. What is going on? It just, this 1 amp 3010 just did 8 layers of heavy grade denim vinyl based. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this out. I might have to do the same thing in releasing the press foot pressure all over again. I might have to do it. Almost got it. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? Wait until you see this. Wait until you see this. I don't think we've done 8 layers of denim, especially not this vinyl stuff, for a long time. That's kind of fun and terrifying all at the same time. Fun and terrifying. Okay, all right, here we go. Let's take a look at this. So down below, we did the 4 layers of denim with this stretchy 3-point zigzag or whatever it is. Then we did a regular zigzag up here with 8 layers of heavy grade denim vinyl based. Take a look at this. This again is our top stitch. Top stitch. There it is. Folks, that is a gorgeous, gorgeous zigzag. Look at the thickness. Lock stitch. Turn it like this. I think the camera likes this angle a little bit better. Turn it like this, actually. This is our lock stitch now. Lock stitch. 4 layers, and then on the far right, 8 layers. 8 layers of heavy grade denim vinyl based. If that's not page 34, I better get a new book. Page 34, zigzagging with needle swing, obviously, going through 8 layers of vinyl based denim. And then on the far left, 4 layers with a stretch 3-point zigzag. That's crazy. That's insanity. That was our lock stitch. This is our top stitch. I'll just show you one more time. Then I'm going to throw this to the side. Just blown away by what we just did, and with so much ease. Let me do it like this. It's probably a little bit easier to see. That's like sewing through a phone book, y'all. That's like sewing through a phone book. It's sometimes good to have a harpoon needle. It's sometimes good to have a harpoon needle. I'll throw that to the side. And so far, we've only done cotton and denim, but oh my gosh, have we shown the greatness of this 3010 already? Already we've shown the greatness. How are we doing on time? We're approaching almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours. Let's do the same thing with that stretchy vinyl-based denim on the other 3010, and then we'll have to look at time and decide what we're going to do. Because we have so much. I always step up to these with so much I want to do, and then we just run out of time. Our time together as a family goes fast. It's like a good family gathering where you're just like, holy cow, have we been together that long already? Are you serious? What? So yeah, crazy, huh? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, let's go to the other 3010 now. So if you've never considered a 3010 before, because you just don't see them very often, you just don't see them. This might open up your eyes to another machine you want to acquire, right? This might open up your eyes to another machine you want to acquire. Now, the first thing I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to open up the faceplate on this 3010 and make the same adjustment for the presser foot pressure, bringing us up to 4, because I know it's on 3 now. Carefully open this and adjust this up. So I just adjusted this control for presser foot pressure from 3 to 4. And I know I'm probably going to need my quick release in order to get that denim underneath the presser foot, because it's so thick with those 8 layers. So thick. Might as well just leave this open for right now, right? Leave it open just temporarily. All right. So I've got the same denim here. This is the same stretchy stuff. Really not a fan of it. I'm just being honest with you. Not a fan of this stuff because of the vinyl base. The vinyl to it can really mess around with a machine. But we're going to go for it anyway. I'm going to fold it in half like this. See which side I want out. I'm going to put the darker side out so we can see the stitching a little bit better. So that's our 4 layers right there. We'll stitch this off and then I'll fold this in. See how I did it on the other side. Hold on a second. So let's see, I had it like this. Where's my higher ridge? My higher ridge is on the other side. Yeah, that's okay. It's going to be the same. It's going to be 8 layers regardless. So we'll start with 4, which is not a crazy deal. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Do it like that. 4 layers. I better check my stitch setting on this one too, huh? 4 layers is easy peasy. Here, let me tighten that up first before I do this. Press your foot up, yes. I'm just kind of winding that a little bit to kind of draw that in so that I don't get it caught in the face plate area. Okay, I think we're good to go. 4 layers first, and I did a stretch stitch by mistake. This time we'll do it on purpose. Press your foot down. Zero out my stitch width. Actually, I'm on stretch stitch already. Perfect. Okay, so I'm on stretch stitch, good to go. Make sure I have the right foot controller. Take up arm all the way up. You can see how far it's down right now. Get that all the way up. Check my thread. Make sure my thread is not popped out of place anywhere. Looks fine. Check my settings. Stitch width back to 4. 1 point. Actually, I didn't do it that short before. I had it longer than that. Actually had it at 3 something, 3 1/4, I think. 3 1/4 on stitch length, 3 1/4 on stitch width. All right, so 3-point zigzag stretch stitch first, intention this time, and then we'll fold it over, do 8 layers of a zigzag. All right, here we go. Okay. We'll move right into the zigzag, and then we'll look at both of the stitches side by side. Boy, these clips are so nice. Thank you again to Alex and his wife for getting these for me. And now we're going to probably need to open up the faceplate all over again because we're going to be going up to 8 layers now. 8 layers right now. Beautiful stitching. I'll just show it to you since it's right here. That's our 3-point zigzag type stitch. Our lock stitch. So now we're going to bump up the odds quite a bit. We're going to go all the way up to 8. So I'm going to fold this over like we did on the other one. And now we're going to be attempting 8 layers, and I'll change the cam stack to a zigzag just like we did on the other machine. Folks, that is a lot. That's a lot of crazy denim right there. You look at the thickness of that. If you're into measurements, where's my caliper? If you're into measurements and you like measuring things, looking at about almost 12 millimeters without me compressing it. Close to 12 millimeters of denim. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit this. Again, these came from different production phases at the factory. They're the same model, but they're not identical. So maybe we'll have a little bit more clearance underneath this presser foot than the other machine, and we can squeak it in. Maybe. Not guaranteeing it. Nope, we're going to be stuck. We're stuck right there. That's as far as I can go with it. The other option I could do, and some of you might already be thinking this, is could I temporarily drop the feed dogs? Since they're obviously catching on it a little bit, will that give us enough clearance to squeak past, get it into position, and then re-engage the feed dogs again? What a brilliant idea we just had together. Let's give it a try, see what happens. I'm going to set it right here. We were asking about feed. Let's push that in. See, it's pushed in now. The feed dogs have dropped down a little bit. See if that gives us enough clearance. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to the same mode that we did before of using the presser foot on the other side. So we're able to, I think, with the feed dogs down, we're able to just squeak by and get that into position. So any of you that were thinking that, how smart are you? How smart are you? Very smart. All right, so now I'm going to re-engage the feed, push it in, and let that button come back out. You saw it come back out. Now we have feed again on the feed dogs, but now we have to go over to the rear of the machine, and we have to change ourselves to a zigzag. All right, we're on a zigzag now. Now we're going to be attempting on this 3010 the same thing we did on the other 3010, going through 8 layers of heavy vinyl based. Yeah. Am I fearful? No. Because I know how much time I put into these machines. Not to mention, we've got the edge. We got the edge, baby. We got the edge of a harpoon needle. Yeah, we got the edge of a harpoon needle. All right, so I'm adjusting my stitch width back to, I think we said right around 3 1/4. Right around 3 1/4. My stitch length is already on about 3 1/4. You can see that right there. 3 1/4. Pretty close. 3 1/4 right there. All right, let's give this a go. See what happens. There's the voice of confidence. Let's see what happens. Again, I would love to tell you that I tested this off camera. I did not. I did not. All right. Look at where my take-up arm is right now. That would be a horrible, horrible place to launch. All the mechanics with that take-up arm down are binding up right now because they're fluxing in a certain way with that needle bar. I've got to bring that all the way up. All the way up. They have the greatest likelihood of success. And then it's just starting on that downstroke. See that? Just starting on that downstroke. All right, here we go. All right, fingers and toes crossed. Here we go. Take the kids out of the room. Hold your grandkids close. And let's hope for a great outcome. Here we go. Breathing in, breathing out. All right, here we go. The only thing I don't like about this Gutermann thread is it spins weird because it's so high profile. The spool pin thread thingy, it's so high profile that it kind of spins weird sometimes. Maybe I need to put a felt underneath there. I don't think I have one right now. Yeah, I don't think I have one. All right, are we going to be able to wiggle it out? Let's bring that needle all the way up. There we go. So if you've never done 8 layers of vinyl-based denim before, give it a try. It will definitely produce some level of anxiety and might also cause 1 or 2 gray hairs to prop up. Yeah, 1 or 2 gray hairs, but that's okay. We're vintage people. Gray hair is a good thing. Sort of. All right, let's check these now out. Let's check these out. All right, our top stitch first. Top stitch first. There it is. Folks, that is a brag-worthy zigzag through 8 layers. 8 layers of vinyl-based denim. 8 layers. There's our 4 layers down below with our stretch stitch. Turn it like this. That feels really thick. That's really thick. Unbelievable. Leaping lizards. Leaping lizards. Does anyone know what movie that's from? That famous line of leaping lizards? I'll tell you that Carol Burnett is in the movie. Carol Burnett is in the movie, if anyone remembers the movie. Wow. Wow. That's top stitching, folks. Turn it over. Let's look at the lock stitch. Here's our lock stitch now. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Holy mackerel. Wow. Look at this from the side. 8 layers. What can I say? Swedish engineering and workshop magic in perfect harmony. If anyone wants to try this, pick up some vinyl-based denim. That's stretchy stuff. And give us a go. I mean, that is anything but a light sew off. Anything but a light sew off. Absolutely amazing. Let's move on. Let's move on. Wow. Absolutely insane. Absolutely cuckoo crazy. Absolutely cuckoo crazy. We can just stop right now. We can just stop right now, man. Sew in a circle. Let's call it a day. But I don't want to shortchange any of you. I don't want to shortchange any of you. You guys are watching this and going, holy gumdrops. Yeah, I said it. I know I did. It's a family-friendly environment. I just said gumdrops. I did. And I'm not going to apologize because it's just crazy. 3010s have a 1 amp motor. We talk all the time we talk about the green machines and those 1.5 amp motors. You don't need it when it's been optimized in the workshop. These 1 amp motors could go up against some light industrial machines and lay down a more beautiful stitch and sew through almost as much with that Swedish technology and Swedish engineering. I mean, we just did 8 layers of vinyl-based denim. No hand start. I didn't turn the balance wheel. Oh, I got to help you out. That motor just said, step back, buddy. I got this. I got this. And Christine from Canada was issuing a challenge you know, in a sense. She was saying, come on, you guys. Yeah, 2 layers, whatever. 4 layers, whatever. Let's do 6. We did 8. We did 8 layers of heavy grade denim. Unbelievable. Crazy believable. Wow. I gotta turn my light on and just admire the light. Such a cool light. All right. So now we've got sewing in a circle. I'll save that till last. Maybe we'll do like 1 or 2 more sew offs and then we'll wrap this up. Y'all have been so patient. You're so dedicated. I love you guys. And I know you love what we do here, but we'll let you get off onto your Saturday pretty quick here. So just hang in there a little bit longer. We haven't demonstrated the slow gear yet. So with your permission and your indulgence, I'd like to do a slow gear sew off as well. Maybe we can sew this protected full grain leather. We can do this protected full grain leather. And maybe we can do either a 3-point zigzag or maybe a blind hem stitch all the way around the edge. What stitch would you like to see all the way around the edge of here using the slow gear? I don't want to do a straight stitch. That's kind of boring. We can do a zigzag. We can do a blind hem, or we can do a 3-point stretch zigzag. We'll sew it around the edge. We'll do the same thing on the other 30-10, and then we'll see what kind of time we have left. We've been running pretty long already, and I want to wrap this up pretty quick. So, yeah, 3 hours. I get my from something 3-point zigzag. So we got a mix. Bill from Minnesota is saying blind hem. I think so. Yeah. Bill from Minnesota is saying blind hem. And Susie is saying, let's do a 3-point zigzag. Can the two of you agree on what we should do? Because I can only do one or the other. Whatever you guys want to do, we can do, or we could go part way around with a blind hem and then change it. Yeah, let's just stick with the same thing so that it's uniform. What do you think? Blind hem or 3-point zigzag? Again, this is protected full grain leather. It's the kind of leather they put this they put this leather underneath the butts of real rich people on private jets. A lot of rich butts sit on this stuff. They do. About 3 to 4 ounces of protected full grain leather. Some very rich butts. All right, Susie has been gracious and has yielded to Bill from Minnesota. They're both from Minnesota, by the way. Susie is from Minnesota. Bill is from Minnesota. And Susie has been very gracious and said, let's blind hem it, baby. Let's blind hem it. So let's blind hem it. I'm going to turn my stitch width down to 0 to pull that little finger back. Let's go to the blind hem. All right, so I got my blind hem in place. Blind hem is in place. Get the leather underneath there. And we're going to do this with a slow gear. I already showed you how to engage the slow gear, but I'll show you again. Get that down. All right, I'm going to go to maximum stitch width. And again, whenever you're adjusting these, you guys are really smart, but sometimes even smart people can miss something. You know what I mean? I do all the time. So just make sure whenever you're making adjustments with any of these controls over here, you have that needle out of the material because it's going to move when you adjust it. See that? All right, so leave that on there. And then we're going to make that blind hem kind of pop a little bit. So let's take it down a ways. Let's take it down a ways. Go to, why don't we say like about 1.5. So remind me, we'll do the same thing on the other side. 4 on stitch width, 1.5 on stitch length, 1.5 and 4, 1.5 and 4. I'm saying that so I hopefully don't forget. 1.5 and 4, 1.5 and 4. Okay, so we're going to do a blind hem. Oh, wait a second. Duh. Now we need to engage the slow gear. Give this a pull out. So now our slow gear is engaged. Okay. All right, let's give this a go. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? And it's a problem. It's a problem because as soon as you engage the slow gear, it binds up that balance wheel. And look where my take-up arm is, all the way down there. So I've got to go back to that slow gear, got to disengage it, and now I have to adjust my balance wheel up so that I can adjust that take-up arm. There we go. Now I have to re-engage the slow gear. I'm not going to move the camera again. You already saw how I did that. Now we're going to sew all the way around this protected full grain leather, doing the blind hem stitch that Susie and Bill from Minnesota collaborated and compromised on. And we'll see what we think of this as a border stitch around this leather. And then we'll do the same thing on the other 3010 model. Okay. And listen for that motor. Listen for that 1 amp motor being harnessed back because of the gear reduction. We've taken it from full speed all the way down to 1/5 speed. 1/5 speed. All right. One quick drink of soda, and then we'll go after this. All right, here we go. Listen for that motor. Listen for that motor being held back from a speed standpoint. Here we go. I barely made that corner. Did you see the leather fluxing? Let me move that down further. I was having to really, thank God we have that harpoon needle in there. I was really having to flex that leather to try to make the turn with that slow gear engaged. It's much easier when you're sewing faster to make turns. Starting to make my turn. Now that's with the foot controller almost all the way down. That's the beauty of that slow gear. All right, I'm going to stop right there. Again, when you get done with your stitch line, you're going to potentially have to disengage that slow gear so that that balance wheel will move so you can bring that needle up. So we're going to go ahead and disengage that slow gear, push it in, and now we can move our balance wheel to raise and lower that needle. Raise that presser foot. And you're going to notice that this protected full grain leather has a thicker nap. So it's going to be a little bit harder to see that lock stitch, but I'll do my best to show it to you, to present it to you. All right, so let me get that camera turned around. We'll look at that top stitch first. Again, this protected full grain leather is right around 3 to 4 ounces of leather. And we lay down a blind hem all the way around the edges using that slow gear, which is a huge help from a navigation standpoint. Let me adjust that camera a little bit more. Almost in focus. Hold on a second. We'll get it. The camera's deciding what to do right now. Almost got it. There we go. Absolutely gorgeous blind hem stitch. Beautiful blind hem stitch. Totality of the stitching. Got to come back a little ways. Beautiful stitching. Go to that lock stitch on the back. It'd be a lot harder to see it. A lot harder to see it. Even if I pull it back a little bit like this. That nap is so thick on this protected full grain leather on the back, it basically totally masks over that lock stitch, unfortunately. So it's really, really hard to see that lock stitch. Certain parts you can see it pop through right there. But on the other parts of the leather, it's so nappy. It's so nappy, it just totally conceals that lock stitch. But it really is a lovely lock stitch as well through this protected full grain leather. Beautiful lock stitch. There you can see it a little bit right there again. Kind of popping through. But a lovely, lovely sew off on the part of this. There's my start. I almost got it all the way together. But I was a little bit off there at the end. See that? A little bit off. You can see I was stretching the leather to make those turns. So it kind of, on certain limited points, it distorts that blind hem peak, because I'm literally stretching the leather to make that turn. There's no other way to make it other than needle down, lifting up the presser foot, which is impossible when you're running the slow gear because it locks up that balance wheel. But all in all, a very, very beautiful job on this protected full grain leather. So I'm going to set that to the side, and let's shift over to the other machine now and put it to the same test. Shut my light off. All right. I'm also going to try to remember to change that back from blind hem. There we go. I wanted to change that back to zigzag on the other machine before I forgot, in case we do another zigzag. All right, so now let's get this ready for a blind hem. We'll do the same thing. Take this down to 0 on stitch width so I can move that cam adjuster on the back. Okay, I think I have it on, yep, I have it on blind hem. Let's get that protected full grain leather in there. Let's remember to engage the slow gear. This is our similar piece right here. See that? I kind of cut that little edge a little bit right there. I think I'm going to trim that off just so it doesn't get caught underneath the presser foot. And yes, these Guggenheim scissors that Suzanne received today cut leather very, very nicely too. Very, very easily, actually. Okay, we go on to our next sew off. Get this into position. Make sure my take-up arm's all the way at the top before I engage that slow gear. It is. Get that into place right here. I'm going to start on a straightaway, so I got a little bit of a warm-up with manipulating this leather underneath the presser foot. All right, we'll try it right there. Slow gear engaged. Same thing. You pull out the bobbin winding assembly, engages that slow gear. Now we have to adjust things appropriately. I believe we settled on 1.5 or something like that. I'm going to rotate it all the way over to here. Stitch length down to 1.5. Stitch width on 4. And everything else is going to be set the same. Everything else is going to be set the same. All right, here we go. The second 3010, executing the same sew off, about 3 to 4 ounces of protected full grain leather, sewing around the edges using the slow gear. Let's see how we do on this machine. And again, I'll leave the light off for now. I think it's a little bit easier to see. If I turn this on, it kind of throws things off. Yeah, it kind of throws things off if I leave the light on. So, all right, here we go. Getting ready for my first major turn. You're gonna have to start to stretch that leather. Stretch the leather. I kind of wimped out. I didn't go as far to that point as I could have. Kind of wimped out on that a little bit. All right, I'm going to stop right there. Disengage that slow gear by pushing it back in so that I can raise the balance wheel and the needle. Press your foot up. Get this behind there. I did better on this one in bringing those 2 points together. And interestingly, I talk about it all the time. I talk about the fact that depending on where they cut the leather from the hide on, the hide is going to have different thicknesses. The nap density on different parts of the leather hide is going to vary. Some parts are going to be real shaggy. Other parts are going to be more flat. This leather over here that I have with this 3010 has a much flatter nap, and we're going to be able to see the stitching on the lock stitch so much easier than that other piece that I picked. So much easier. Easy peasy, really. All right, so let's look at that top stitch first. I'll do my best to kind of walk it around. Walking, walking, walking. Here we go. Totality of the stitching. Again, look at the thickness. That's not a thin leather. It's about 4 ounces of leather. And that's why they can use this on those fancy private jets for people's bottoms, or as our friends over in England say, so that they can put their bums on them. And this stuff lasts for a very, very long time before it wears out because of how thick and the quality of this this leather. Incredibly nice stuff. There's our totality. Lovely, lovely stitching. And again, look at the nap on this side. It's a much flatter nap from another part of the hide. And boy, oh boy, can we see that lock stitching on here. What a nice view we have on this leather versus the other stuff that was a lot more bushy, a lot more bushy stuff. Almost got it. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful, beautiful blind hem. Beautiful blind hem through this protected full grain leather. Totality of the stitching, as I like to say. So a definite success, a beautiful blind hem on this protected full grain leather as well. During this live stream, we haven't done as much sewing as one would think for the duration that we've run. We've done the cotton, we've done the crazy sew off on this stretchy vinyl based denim, 4 layers, 8 layers, and then we did this sewing around using the slow gear with this protected full grain leather, laying down this blind hem stitch. Beautiful blind hem stitch. So I'm going to look at the live chat now because I want to respect everybody's time. There's so much more we could do with these machines, but we've run so long already that I want to kind of leave it up to you all on what do you want to see as a final wrap up. We can do 1 or 2 more sew offs. 1 sew off is fine with me. 1 or 2 more sew offs on these 310s out of Sweden. We already kind of sewed around in a circle, so we don't have to do it again. We've got, what do we have left? We got saddle grade leather. We haven't done that yet. Italian leather, vegetable tan leather, bubblegum material. On the light side, we've got satin with a harpoon needle, as Christine pointed out from Canada. It'd be interesting to sew potentially satin with a harpoon needle. Not the best choice, but oh well. And then we also have this beautiful velvet as well that you would see around the holidays, Christmas time and such. That's also another possibility. So we can go, we've done some super heavy duty hardcore sewing. We could go on the light side, or we could go with any of the other choices that I showed you, the bubblegum material, Italian leather, vegetable tan leather, saddle grade leather. I'll leave it up to you all. Whatever you choose, we'll do on both machines, and then we'll wrap this live stream up. Miss her to you guys. I miss her too, and I agree. Let's do it in honor of Sunny. We'll finish off this live stream. There's so much more we could do, but I think everyone would agree. I hope everyone would agree that from starting with two cannibalized 3010s with many of the parts coming out of a plastic bag, we have demonstrated the greatness of these 2 machines during this live stream. These are machines that Barbara and her sister can take to the old folks' home, as she joked about, and really dazzle the other seniors there, or in the meantime, dazzle anyone else with what these machines are capable of doing. And we can do this final sew off on the satin to honor our dear friend Sunny, who passed away recently. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. And I'll forewarn you that our presser foot pressure is really quite high right now. So I should probably make a quick adjustment on that just so that this satin is going to feed a little bit better. I'm going to open this up and we'll bump this down back to 3. Okay, so I've got that bump back down to 3. And then see our thread is kind of sticking out there. I'll kind of wind this back up so that we don't get it caught in the faceplate. Just check to make sure nothing's binding. Feels like it's good to go. Okay. My two leaders, Christine and Susie, what should we try to lay down on this satin in Sunny's memory? Do you want to see a 3-point zigzag? Do you want to see a blind hem? Do you want to see a regular zigzag? What would you like to see? We'll probably do one of those needle swing ones because it'll be a little bit easier to see on this this satin. So you pick. You ladies can decide collaboratively. If anyone else wants to chime in, please do so. But we're going to do this in memory of our friend Sunny that passed away recently. So zigzags, 3-point zigzag stretch stitch or a blind hem. And I think we'll probably, since we're doing a harpoon, we'll probably bump this up to 4 layers. 4 layers of satin. Let me get this into position here. Make it a little bit easier to stitch this down with a little bit more density. Zigzag. Got it. Okay, we'll do a zigzag. So I'm going to take my stitch width, take it to 0 like every time you make a change. And I'm already on zigzag, so I'm good to go. We're good to go on zigzag. All right, let's do a zigzag down this. 4. Let's see. We'll do about 3.5. 3.5 zigzag, I think. Actually, we're going to do 3.25. 3.25 zigzag. 3.25. Just barely under the threshold of the max. Just barely under the threshold. All right, let's give this a go. Again, we're sewing on satin. And I've got 4 layers of it just to give us a little bit more room for that knot because I'm not sewing with an embroidery lighter type thread. This is Gutermann 40 weight polyester thread. All right, here we go. In Sunny's memory, check my settings again. Looks like we're good to go. All right, here we go. That was so ridiculously easy, but that's okay. That's okay. Beautiful zigzag. Oh my goodness, gravy. Just as beautiful as our friend Sunny. Just as beautiful as Sunny. Just as beautiful as Sunny. All right. Okay, get this into place. That's our top. Yep, that's our top stitch. Look at the top stitch first. Just a basic zigzag. Just a basic zigzag. There it is. I would say that that is a suitable honoring of Sunny. That is just absolutely near perfect. Near perfect. You guys know my near perfect. It's probably perfect, but we always say near perfect, don't we? All right, let's turn it around for that lock stitch. Lock stitch now. This is our lock stitch. Beautiful. Let's go to that other machine and do the same thing. And we will honor our friend Sunny once again on this other 3010. This other 3010. Or let me make sure we're set on a zigzag. Nope, we're not. We're set on a 3-point zigzag. Here we go. Quick adjustment. There we go. Okay, we're all set up on zigzag. I think we did right around 3 3/4. 3 3/4. Grab this other satin that we have. Fold over. Press your foot down. Oh, you know what? I should adjust this one too. Hold on one second. I'll put that back in place in just a moment. Adjust this one back down to 3 2 because right now we're all the way up on 4 for our heavier duty sewing. And Barbara had specifically said that she's going to be piecing together cotton, so she's definitely not going to need 4 on press your foot pressure. But 3 should be, that's the sweet spot, so that should be good. It should be good to go. Oh, look at what just happened. See that? See how it just pulled out of the tension? Our thread just pulled out of the tension disc because I was opening that door. Try to tighten it up so that it stays in those discs. Otherwise, yep, it just came out again. My seat is getting caught on this carpet underneath me. Tell you what, I didn't demonstrate threading. Maybe I'll just rethread this again real quick because that thread is kind of being goofy. All right, so I'm just going to pull my thread out completely. Press your foot up. Is it up? Yes. All right, so I just pulled my thread completely out. We'll just rethread it real quick, which is perfect. So I'm going to hold the camera with one hand. If one of you were here to help me, it'd be a lot easier, but I'll do it solo, do my best. So coming off the top from the spool right there, we're coming through this thread guide first. We kind of just draw the thread through the back of that thread guide. I'm going to have to set the camera down. Okay, so we just came through that thread guide, and this is where I'm saying you kind of thread it backwards compared to most sewing machines. Most sewing machines were accustomed to threading from right to left, and on this machine, we have to thread from left to right. So as we come off the top of here, you can see we just came through that thread guide. We just slid the thread through the back of there. Now we're coming through the tension discs. Make sure your press your foot lever is up. You have to draw it through those tension discs right there. And there are 2 sides, so it doesn't matter which side you go down. Then we're going to come around this take-up spring right here from left to right, like that. Then we have to thread the take-up arm from left to right. There we go. Thread the take-up arm from left to right. So you can kind of see we came on this track On the left side, normally we go from right to left when we're threading a sewing machine. Ultimately, we end up near the faceplate area and then down to the needle. This case, we're going from the back to the left and now over to the right. Now we're through the take-up arm. Now we're going to come through this thread guide right here on the front of the machine. You kind of come, I'll pull it out again to show you. Kind of come from the back side of it on the right and then kind of whirl it around to the left so that it goes through this threading point right here. Then we're going to come through another thread guide. It's kind of hard to see it, but it's right above the needle. I'll kind of show it to you by tilting the camera a little bit. Right, hold on a second. Right there. You kind of come in from the left and you draw that thread so that that thread is centered on the needle, because we're going to be threading this needle from front to back. Okay. And I usually cheat. I kind of lower my presser foot as doing it. It's just easier to get into that, the eye of the needle that way. There we go. Raise your presser foot. And our bobbin thread is already up, so we really don't have to do anything with that. We'll just draw that thread back so that it's seated properly. Get that take-up arm all the way up. There we go. And that's how you thread a 3010. So I didn't plan on doing that, but it worked out nicely. Okay, so now we're going to go through that set. Fold this over, and we will lay down a zigzag going down this satin in honor of Sunny. Presser foot is down. Again, we adjusted that presser foot pressure back to 3 instead of 4. And if if we were only going to, right now we have 4 layers of this satin. If we were going to be sewing, say, 2 layers of the satin or some real thin silk, we would want to back off that presser foot pressure probably to 2 instead of 3, maybe even close to 1.5, so that it's not pushing down too hard. Okay. All right. Zigzag is set. That's set. We should be good to go. All right. So let's do this final sew off for our friend Sunny. And we'll lay down a zigzag. I'm going to double check we have a zigzag. Yes, we do. Okay. All right, here we go. Put your foot up. Yeah, I wish our time together didn't go so quick, don't you? But it does, doesn't it? We've been here together for 3.5 hours, I think. And it just seems like a blink, seems like a hiccup. Okay, let me pivot the camera around a little bit. All right, that should be our top stitch. There it is. A suitable tribute to Sunny. A suitable tribute to Sunny. Just a beautiful, beautiful satin sew off, laying down that zigzag for her. Take a look at that lock stitch. It's our lock stitch now. Beautiful, beautiful lock stitch as well. Wow. Well, I want to thank Barbara again for the opportunity of taking these, I'll just call them cannibalized Frankenstein type 3010s. And again, we were hoping to get at least one. We ended up getting two out of these machines, which I'm very, very pleased with. And I know she is as well. So this is one of the 3010s right here. I'll just show you the sew-offs one last time, and then we'll wrap up this live stream. This is the one of the 3010s right here that came out of that sewing repair shop that closed out near, where did she say? Marquette, Michigan, near Marquette, Michigan. And again, these machines have been picked over a little bit, but they're good to go now. And they'll serve Barbara and her sister very, very well. So we just did the satin in Sunny's memory. We did cotton with a stiffener and laid down some beautiful, beautiful stitching as well. We did this insane, are you out of your mind, Scott, sew off of 8 layers of heavy grade denim and 4 layers of denim. We laid down a stretch 3-point zigzag on the 4 layers. We laid down a standard zigzag on the 8 layers of heavy grade denim. Beautiful stitching. And then finally, we did this sewing around the edge using the slow gear of this protected full grain leather. Again, this is the leather that the rich people put their bottoms on in those private Lear jets and those private planes. This is the stuff they use. Beautiful all the way around. And then on our other 3010, this one right here, I'll rotate it just a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. On this other 3010, we did the same sew-offs. Exactly. We did the 8 layers of heavy grade denim, 4 layers of heavy grade denim. We did all the stitches on 100% cotton. Laid down some beautiful stitching on there. We did the protected full grain leather using that blind hem stitch that Bill and I believe it was Bill and Sonny. Yeah, both of our friends from Minnesota. And we stitched around using the slow gear on this protected full grain leather. And then last but certainly not least, we honored our friend Sonny, who was part of our leadership team and a dear friend from Pennsylvania who passed away recently, by stitching down this satin and laying down a beautiful page 34 plus zigzag top stitch, lock stitch, etc. So I think we can say these two 3010s that Barbara saved from the shop that was closing, again, cannibalized, and it took every part possible. Turn the camera a little bit better, it'd probably be easier for me. Plus, I took parts off of this machine as well, which is really similar, really similar to the 3010s, but this is a 1010. You see right there, a 1010. And so between this donor machine and the bags of parts and additional parts, we've got two fabulous 3010s for Barbara and her sister. So with that, I'm going to put on a little bit of polka music. Why not? Because we can. Put on a little bit of polka music. I'll kind of turn these, see if I can turn these machines a little bit easier so we can see them. Like that. Look at all the sew-offs we never got to. Isn't that a shame? But we'll do these sew-offs on another machine soon. Also, I should let you all know real quick before I forget, we are not going to do a live stream on Tuesday. I've got to do something that's going to take me away from the workshop. And so no live stream on Tuesday. The next time we come together, we might meet on Wednesday of this week, because I have a machine that arrived from Pennsylvania, the same state that Sonny lived in. that I have to do an unboxing on. The owner's anxious to make sure the machine arrives safely, and so we might sneak in a live stream unboxing of this mystery machine from Pennsylvania on Wednesday. So kind of keep watch for that to see if we can sneak that in. Okay. All right. Let me turn this other machine a little bit. So if you've never thought about a 3010 before, maybe now that you've seen these machines do their magic. Yep, there I am. Maybe now that you've seen these machines do their magic on this live stream, sewing everything from 8 layers of heavy grade denim, which had vinyl in it. Talk about a nightmare of a sew off, and leathers and satin. And I lost track of all the stuff that we sew with all the other stuff that I had planned to sew as well. But 3010s are really like I said 6 years ago, they really are the forgotten Swedish beauty. They are the forgotten Swedish beauty. They're not even on the Husqvarna main website. If you go there, they'll show all their machines starting from 1872 to the present. And they'll show things like the Northern Star, their very first machine. They'll show the Model 2000. They'll show 6000 series machines. They don't give any credit to the 1000 series, the 2000 series, or the 3000 series machines like these. Really a darn shame. We should all send letters to Husqvarna corporate and say, what's up? Why are you not giving credit to these forgotten machines? I mean, all they have to do is make the page a little bit longer, right? They can even take one of our pictures and put one of our machines up to show that series if they can't find one otherwise. So if anyone wants to write Husqvarna corporate and say, what's up? That's all you have to, you can actually call them and just say, what's up? Why aren't you showing the 3010s? And then give them a link to the video that we shot of the live stream today. And they're going to be like, holy crap. They're Swedish people. They might not say holy crap. They might. But at any rate, thank you to the leadership team. Thank you to Susie, to Christine for taking care of the family today. Thank you to all of you that persevered through a very long live stream as we got to know these two machines that are sisters, I think. And they had a chance to show their greatness after imagine if Barbara had not shown up. If Barbara had not shown up and had not reached out to the owner of that shop closing, these might have gotten thrown into a metal pile. These might have gotten recycled. They might have gotten thrown onto the curb and otherwise destroyed and even more forgotten. But instead, Barbara rescued them for herself and her sister so they can use them in the old folks' home. And they brought them to the workshop. And now they have greatness back again. And now they can spread their Swedish wings and say, everyone else has forgotten about us, but the Cow Country family has not forgotten about us. And we had our time underneath the bright lights. And we had our moment of glory and our moment of greatness. And now we can have more greatness with Barbara and her sister. How cool is that? How cool of a story is that Barbara shared with us over the phone? Very, very cool. God bless you guys. And again, no live stream on Tuesday, but we might do an unboxing on Wednesday of this week. So kind of just watch. And thank you for taking your valuable time to be with the family today. We really are grateful. We truly appreciate each one of you, whether you're in the live chat or whether you're still sitting back in the shadows, as many of our folks have done initially. So have a great rest of the weekend. And thanks again to the leaders for all you do for the family. I'm so grateful. You're such a blessing. God bless everybody. Thanks so much. Take care. Oh, I totally messed up, you guys. I missed a question from Candido from New York. I'll just share this real quick so that he knows that I did see it, but I saw it at the very end. And Candido from New York wrote, I didn't even hear that text message come in. Doggone it. If you can take this question from me while you are live streaming, what is the main difference between the 3010 and the 1000 series 1010? The difference is the 3000 series, like these, the 310s are going to have more than just a zigzag. They're going to offer the blind hem stitch. They're going to offer the 3-point zigzag stretch stitch. The other machines preceding it in the 1000 series and the 2000 series are going to be zigzag machines only. They're not going to have that cam stack in the rear of the machine. They're going to be strictly straight stitch zigzag. So I apologize, Candido. Your message came in about a long time ago and I somehow missed it. So, but that's the answer to Candido's question regarding the different series, the 1000 to 2000, and then ultimately the 3000 series Viking Husqvarnas. Yep. So sorry about that, Candido. I apologize. So much going on when you're managing two machines and all the other dynamics of a live stream. So I apologize for that. All right, a little bit of polka music to wrap up this. And as you need to step away, feel free to step away, please. That doesn't sound like polka music. There we go. There's a polka song. I'm from Wisconsin. I know what polka music sounds like. Yep, I agree. When in doubt, dance. I agree with you, Christine. Let's dance, kiddo. Yeah. Where's our Swedish princess? Where did she go? She's all the way back here. All right, take care, everybody. That song goes on and 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 on. So I'm going to end it live stream there. Hope to see you all Wednesday morning. We'll unbox a mystery machine from Pennsylvania. Take care. God bless.